there's Councillor Kelly.
Hello, Nancy. Nice to see all these people from Huntsville. I haven't seen you people for a long
I
time.
can't count, Councillor Kelly, I can't hear you, but is your
Oh.
mute off, on?
Doesn't look like it.
Your worship.
I can hear him.
I can hear
Oh, thank you.
Eric
It must-
We
Kelly.
lost our, I'm not hearing me on there. Uh-oh, and his mute is, so we're not hearing anybody.
Are you,
Test,
Bob?
test, test.
Hey, Bob, can you hear me?
Yes, I
Yeah.
can.
Okay.
Okay, okay. Bob, we're losing, can you hear me?
I can hear you.
You can
Yes.
hear, but we can't hear you.
Hello, hello. What a day this has been. What a great mood I'm in. Why, it's almost like being in love.
We can, we can hear that.
Hey, Bob, can I bring you down to Gravenhurst? We can put you in the Opera House.
Or he'll probably accept that offer. All right, I think now I can hear you, Councillor Kelly, and I did obviously hear Councillor Stone and Councillor Fitzgerald. All right, you can hear me. That's good.
Can you hear me?
We can. That's
Wonderful.
That's good. All right. I'm seeing it's 102, but I'm not seeing, is everybody here? Maybe I need to change my view gallery. All right, now I can see everybody. All right, good to go? Yep. We do have our guest is I'm looking for Councillor Papard. I see Councillor Papard, so big thumbs. There we go. All right, everybody, I would like to call this meeting to order and welcome everyone to this hearing today, and it is at 1:02 p.m. And I can confirm that we do have quorum. And we also have two special guests with us today who are attending because of the first item on our agenda, and that would be Councillors Michael Papard and Councillors Paul Kelly, who are both here representing the District Municipality of Muskoka. So with that, I am moving into our land acknowledgements. I'd like to respectfully acknowledge that we are on the traditional territory of the Anishinaabe under the terms of the Robinson-Huron Treaty number 61 of the 1850 and the Williams Treaties of 1923. We commit to acknowledge, learn, educate, create opportunity, honor sacred places, and take actions toward real truth and reconciliation in support of our commitment to walking the path together in respect, peace, and harmony for future generations. So with that, we will move right along. And I do have a motion moved by Councillor Armour, seconded by Councillor Stone, that is recommended that the Planning Committee agenda dated April 13th, 2022 be hereby adopted as printed and circulated. All those in favor? And that carries. Perfect. And with that, I'm going to ask, are there any committee members who have a disclosure of pecuniary interest? And I gather there are. Your worship, Mayor Terziano.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have a conflict of interest on Z08 and on Z21, both Springfield Farm, Springfield Road, both for personal reasons, neighboring property.
Thank you for that. Okay. Are there any others? Okay, seeing none, then I am going to move right into our joint public meeting with the District of Muskoka. And I'd like to welcome everyone to the public portion of the meeting. Huntsville Planning Committee and District of Muskoka Community and Planning Services Committee are holding a concurrent statutory public meeting under the authority of sections 34 and 51 of the Planning Act for a proposed draft plan of subdivision file S 2021-06 and zoning bylaw amendment file Z06 2021 HT, otherwise known as Black Forest Development Inc. The purpose of this public meeting is twofold. One, to provide the District Community and Planning Services Committee, the Town of Huntsville Planning Committee, and the public with details and background information on the development proposal. And two, to hear comments from the public on the proposal prior to a decision being made. A decision on these applications will not be made today, but rather a future meeting. However, please bear with me as I read some important mandatory statements from the Planning Act about appeal rights. If a person or public body would otherwise have the ability to appeal If a person or public body who would otherwise have the ability to appeal the decision of the Town of Huntsville Planning Committee or District of Muskoka Community and Planning Services Committee does not make oral submissions at this public meeting or make written submissions to the Town of Huntsville or the District of Muskoka, the person or public body is not entitled to appeal the decisions to the Ontario Land Tribunal, and the person or public body may not be added as a party to the hearing of an appeal before the OLT unless, in the opinion of the tribunal, there are reasonable grounds to add the person or public body as a party. The procedure for these public meetings will provide an opportunity for staff to briefly summarize the proposal for the applicant or their agent to make a presentation, for the district and town committee members present to ask questions or seek clarification, and for the public to make comments. Any persons making representation are requested to first state their name and mailing address. Please note that presentations are limited to 10 minutes. We will now convene the public meetings in accordance with sections 34 and 51 of the Planning Act. At this time, I would ask Mr. Savret and Mr. Clark to proceed with their presentation. And I gather that you two are doing your presentation somehow jointly. So at this point, I will turn it over to Richard Clark, who's the Manager of Planning on Town of Huntsville.
Thank you, Chair Alcock, and I will also take the opportunity to throw it over to my colleague Curtis, planner at the District of Muskoka, to begin our presentation for today. And I'm just going to share my screen before he does that.
Wonderful. Thank you, Madam Chair and members of committee. I'm here this afternoon with my colleague Richard Clark to provide the committee and members of the public with information on the proposed draft plan of subdivision and zoning bylaw amendment application known as Black Forest Development, Inc. as part of the public meeting for this development proposal. The subject lands are comprised of two separately conveyable parcels located in the waterfront area designation of the Muskoka Official Plan and waterfront designation of the Huntsville Official Plan. The lands are approximately 34 hectares in area with 677 meters of frontage on Lake Vernon, as well as 888 meters of frontage on District Road 45, Hoodstown Road. The lands are currently zoned Rural 2 and Shoreline Residential 5 with exception 1584 in the town's comprehensive zoning bylaw. The draft, next slide, please. The draft plan of subdivision proposes to create 13 residential lots consisting of 10 waterfront lots and 3 waterfront back lots. The waterfront lots would have a minimum lot area of 1 hectare and 60 meters of frontage on Lake Vernon. The waterfront back lots would have a minimum lot area of 4 hectares and 150 meters of frontage on District Road 45, Hoodstown Road. All of the waterfront lots and one of the waterfront back lots are to gain access from a network of new internal private roads. The remaining 2 waterfront back lots will be accessed directly from District Road 45, Hoodstown Road. The development is to be serviced with private individual on-site water and septic systems.
Thank you, Curtis. The lands are currently zoned Rural 2, Shoreline Residential 5, with exception 1584, and natural resources within the town's zoning bylaw. The zoning bylaw amendment application proposes to amend the zoning for the 10 proposed new waterfront lots to a Shoreline Residential 2 with an exception for restricting and controlling the location of docking facilities, controlling vegetation retention, and controlling the placement of buildings, structures, and septic systems on those lots. The 3 proposed waterfront backlots are to be zoned rural 1, or are proposed to be zoned rural 1 with exception to limit the placement of buildings, structures, and septic systems. And natural constraints are proposed to be zoned natural resource. A number of technical studies were submitted in support of the applications, which I'll very briefly review for you. An environmental impact study was submitted to address relevant environmental protection policies in both the town and district official plans. This study contains the results of a background information review and field surveys documenting natural features such as wetlands, watercourses, species at risk, and significant wildlife habitat that were found on and adjacent to the lands. The report concludes that development could proceed without negative impacts to these features and areas, provided the recommendations for mitigation measures are implemented through the proposed development. The recommendations include setbacks from natural heritage features and significant wildlife habitat, the use of specific development envelopes, construction mitigation measures, timing windows for vegetation removals, and significant vegetation retention outside of the building envelopes. The report has been peer reviewed by Hutchinson Environmental Sciences Limited under the direction of the district. And Hutchison originally identified some areas where further information was required, and that additional information has since been addressed in an addendum to the EIS report. Additional assessment work has been triggered as a result of the peer review exercise, and related field work is underway this spring. When satisfactorily finalized, it's staff's expectation that the constraint mapping and building envelopes provided to date would be updated accordingly. Building envelopes may have to be slightly adjusted also to address flooding hazards that would be experienced on these properties. As noted in staff's report, the potential for the bay to act as a narrow water body, given the width of the entrance to the bay, will also need to be reviewed by the applicant. A stormwater management plan and associated report was submitted in support of these applications and was reviewed. The report concludes that water quality and quantity control can be achieved through implementation of control measures in accordance with provincial standards. Additional recommendations include construction mitigation such as erosion and sediment controls. Development in the waterfront area is generally serviced by private individual on-site water services and individual on-site sewage services. And a site evaluation was submitted to determine lot and site suitability for each proposed lot and to identify any necessary mitigation measures. This report concludes that there is sufficient area on each of the lots to accommodate a private sewage system while adhering to required setbacks under the Ontario Building Code. An archaeological assessment was conducted and found that the subject lands to be free of archaeological material, and that report was circulated to the Ministry of Tourism, Culture, and Sport for their review. Finally, a planning justification report was submitted, and it further describes the application and the applicable policies. And I think that's it for me.
Wonderful. Thank you, Mr. Clark. In regards to public notification requirements, a notice of concurrent public meeting was circulated to all required agencies and adjacent property owners in accordance with the Planning Act, as well as the Lake Vernon Association. A sign has been posted on the subject property and notice was advertised on the district's website. In response to the circulation, comments have been received from Hydro One, Trillium Lakeland District School Board, Canada Post, as well as various internal departments from the district and town of Huntsville. To date, we have also received a number of comments from members of the public as well as the Lake Vernon Association. No concerns have been raised from agencies or internal departments to date. However, one letter of support and 9 letters of objection were received from neighboring property owners. Public comments have primarily related to potential environmental impacts associated with the proposed development, and a copy of the correspondence has been provided to the members of the committee for their consideration. It should also be noted that both the proposed draft plan of subdivision and zoning bylaw amendment are before committee for information only in order to consider these and any additional public comments and concerns heard at this meeting prior to a decision on the application being made. I also just wanted to take a minute to explain the next steps in the planning process for these applications. Once all planning and agency comments have been considered and any technical matters have been addressed to the satisfaction of the district and the town, the next step is for planning to prepare the proposed conditions of draft approval and for committee to consider granting the draft approval for the plan of subdivision. Should the applications be approved, it is then the applicant's responsibility to fulfill the conditions of draft approval. This typically involves entering into municipal agreements to ensure that recommendations of the technical studies will be implemented and that the interests of the town and district and other commenting agencies are protected. Once all conditions have been fulfilled, the draft plan can be final approved and registered. That concludes our presentation for this afternoon. We are happy to answer any questions that may arise later in the meeting.
Thank you very much, Mr. Clark and Mr. Sabret. That's appreciated. So at this point, I would call upon the applicant or their representative to provide any additional comments that they might have.
The applicant or their representative are reminded to use the raise hand button or press star 9 to indicate that they would like to address committee. And Chair Alcock, I see one hand raised, and I will now bring them into the meeting.
That's great. Thanks.
Please note that during the transition, your video panel will be momentarily interrupted. Once you have been added, once you have been added to the meeting, please have your microphone and video on if possible, and please confirm your name and mailing address.
Thank you. John P. Gallagher, John P. Gallagher and Associates, 24 Hibbard Road, Huntsville, P1H 1C9. Also with me speaking today will be Chris Rasmussen, the owner of the property, as well as Al Shaw from Riverstone Environmental. If you could allow me to share my screen, I'd like to bring the draft plan up. Find it. Can you see that?
Yes. Yep.
Great. Thank you. So just want to bring a bit of history onto the property. We started this process back in March of 2020. We met with staff at the town of Huntsville, and they identified a number of issues that they wanted addressed. Originally, this was to proceed by a plan of consent, and so we gathered all the information, submitted a consent application the following year later, and then it was determined that they would prefer to see it through a plan of subdivision. So again, it took us a number of months to change everything and prepare for the plan of subdivision process. When we first approached this property, one of the first things we did was look at how best to meet the criteria of the official plan. So in the design of the subdivision, we wanted to identify any natural features and protect those areas and the buffers around them. Through the review of Riverstone, a number of wetlands were identified up on the north, in this area here, as well as down in the south on lot 1. There were 2 hillsides, one in this location here and one in this location here, that we did want to get into excavating and having any development above the tree line in those areas. Al Shaw also went out, identified all the type 1 and type 2 shoreline as well. There were a number of potential species at risk. The one that stands out the most is the bobolink over here in this location, and as such, a buffer was recommended around that. So we tried to design our lots around the configuration that the sensitive areas had to be protected. And as a result of that, we also took the approach of designing and outlaying the building envelopes on the plan for each of them, so that, you know, similarly with our site plan approval or development permit, balance of the lands would be left in their natural state. With the number of studies that were done upon our submission, I think Richard outlined them. The most recent one was the environmental impact that was peer reviewed. The archaeology study was also done for the site, and it was free and clear, and it was put into the Ministry of Tourism as per the legislation. The town also asked us to take a look at the septic suitabilities. So Tulloch was retained not only to do septic suitability, but also full stormwater management, construction, mitigation. And in there, they've made a number of recommendations on how best to develop the lands in accordance with good engineering practices. As both the planners have stated, the proposal is for 10 lots. Originally, we had a separate parcel in this location here, and then the larger Tipper property, the old Tipper property. When you look at the character of the area, everything across the lake is pretty much 100-foot lots, and the majority of lots on Port Vernon Lane are also 100 feet frontage. We've tried to keep our lot pattern similar to with what the district and the town official plan recommend at the 60 meters and the minimum 1 hectare lot size. And you'll see a number of the lots, even in the waterfront, exceed the requirements. The rural back lots also exceed the frontage or the area requirements for the lots. And all the lots that are fronting upon the district road meet the district requirements, and the locations of the rights of way to give access. And that's again to avoid blasting and alteration of the landscape here and here and here. Those were approved by the District of Muskoka Roads Department in that regard. The wetland area, as you can see, there's a 30-meter buffer provided there. This is a warm water creek, and as you can see as well, they've obtained a 20-meter setback as per the requirements in the zoning bylaw and official plan. When we looked at the flood requirement that was placed on the fabric by the surveyor, and that was from the district's LiDAR mapping. And staff have raised some concerns, and we think it's actually closer to the water than where the line is. For example, standing on lot 2 here, they're showing the flood elevation here. This is about 15 feet off of the water's edge, and it's actually probably closer to about this location. So we've asked our surveyor to go in the field and give an accurate representation based on the elevation that is provided by the district. Similarly, with the docking envelopes, we had them identify the docking envelopes on each of the lots. Again, with the proposal, we will have 4 levels of safety. And the first being in the design of the subdivision by the avoidance of the constraints. Secondly, will be through zoning, which will identify areas of development and non-development and protection. Thirdly, the subdividers agreement will likely be a required condition to implement the recommendations of the Tulloch and Riverstone and Hutchison reports. That's our third level. And then fourthly, as anyone develops on the lots, they're subject to site plan control. In the future, it'll be development permit. And again, that is another level of protection on this area here. With the proposal itself, we've tried to basically build into the natural grade of the landscape. We're not foreseeing any large clear cutting or anything of that nature. There is requirements for vegetation retention, and with the hillside to the rear of the waterfront lots, they do blend in, they're not above the tree line. The narrow water body, that's the first I've heard of that in our discussions from day one. It's more than 150 meters across the water, and we don't think that that would be an issue in that regard. The lands to the south, again, we have this large wetland on lot 1, and with all this area, we have proposed an NR type zoning as well. The floodplain mapping is in this area here, which will likely be zoned as well. The one area of
John, I hate to be I just want to give you like your last minute notice, only because there are 2 more speakers and we're really trying
I
to
understand.
be disciplined today. So thanks. Sorry to interrupt.
But just on my last point, you know, we've looked at the application with respect to the district official plan, and it conforms with the district official plan. It also conforms with the or is consistent with the provincial policy statement. We're not creating any flood issues or safety issues. There's no natural or man-made features. All the environmental features have been addressed through the studies. There's no wildfire requirements on this as well. And lastly, the one item of peer review that has already started is reviewing the snake, and I'll let Al speak to that. But if it's found that there is a larger buffer required around this area, there's opportunities for a building envelope up here on the grass field, basically in that location. We respectfully ask committees to support the application. We feel that we've tried to meet best as possible all the requirements of staff and the official plans and the provincial policy statements in the design and through the implementation of all the requirements that will be placed on this. We feel that we've created a development that respects the environment, allows for new housing, employment opportunity through construction, and economic benefit to the town and the district. Thank you, Nancy.
Okay.
Personnel officer.
Thanks very much, John. Is Al next?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Okay.
Chair Alcock, thank you very much. Committee, thank you for the opportunity to talk today. I'm going to do my best, knowing that we have lots of speakers for this application. Not to, pardon me, not to repeat anything that was said by the planners. So as you know, Riverstone was retained and hired by Mr. Rasmussen to complete the environmental impact study for the property. And we, as part of that, we're reviewing the lands for wetlands, for water courses, wildlife habitat, species at risk habitat, fish habitat, the full gambit of significant features that are considered in the official plan to require protection from development, as well as the province through the provincial policy statement and the federal government through the Fisheries Act. Through our investigations, we did find wetland features and water courses, fish habitat, species at risk habitat, as well as the possibility of a significant wildlife habitat, as I'll get into in a second. As noted by all the planners, the report, once it was finished, was submitted for peer review and went through Hutchison Environmental. And there were a couple of back and forth sessions. And what remains outstanding is, and John Gallagher mentioned this just a moment ago, was something related to snakes. And one component of significant wildlife habitat is wintering hibernacula for snakes. And these are areas that extend below the frost line that allows snakes, which generally hibernate communally and even multi-species, to escape the frost and the cold weather up top and hibernate under the ground. There's an old foundation of a small building that is on the proposed lot 1 near the north side. When we were out in the field, our investigations were a little bit late in the season to be confident that this feature was or was not being used. So it was written in that we've provided a buffer around the stone foundation, and pending additional studies, that buffer will either remain or can be removed if the snakes aren't seen. So as of yesterday, we started the first of 3 site visits that we will do to ensure that we see snakes if they're there. Yesterday was an absolutely ideal day, nice and warm, full sun in the afternoon. And if there were snakes there, I really expected to see it. Yeah, I see them yesterday. I did the site visit myself and did not see any snakes there. Following the protocols that we had agreed with the peer reviewer that we were going to follow. There's still 2 more site visits to go. Weather permitting, I think the next little while is going to be a little bit cold, but toward the end of next week, I think it's going to heat up again and the weather will be suitable for continuing that survey. So once those results are in, that part of the development plan may be modified, either removing the buffer and the feature if snakes aren't seen, or that the buffer and feature will remain on site if it becomes significant wildlife habitat. The only other thing I want to address is there was a couple of comments or a comment page put in by the Lake Association. And they had provided some comments and also related what is being proposed here with what happened at the Ashworth Bay development. And I'm sure council has had an earful from a lot of people on the one lot that was where the trees were removed on the Ashworth Bay property, and I'll get into that in just a second. The one thing I do want to say is that the Lake Association noted that it's basically the same recommendation put forward on the Ashworth Bay property as being put forward here related to setbacks and what can be done in that setback. And they're correct, it's a very similar recommendation. And the only difference really is that the setback for the Ashworth Bay property was related to the old official plan, which was 20 meters from the shoreline, whereas this property is 30 as required by the up-to-date official plan for the town. In regard to the situation on one of the lots there, I think there was 10 shoreline lots on Ashworth Bay, and one of them, it was massively unfortunate, but people can do a lot of damage in a very short period of time with heavy equipment. And the photo quite rightly captured a lot of deforestation and removal of vegetation along a steeper slope. That should never have happened. We did the original EIS for that site, and it was that recommendation was in there that it only be a path and a small shoreline activity area, whereas a lot more vegetation was removed than was allowed, not only in our report, but all through the planning mechanisms as well. And it's very, very unfortunate. And I'm sure council knows that the property owner there has entered into an agreement with the town to restore that property. It's going to take a lot of time. It's going to take a good long time before that site is fully stable and is also looked at from the water as not being an eyesore that it is today. I know that the owner of this property, the Black Forest Developments property, is quite interested in meeting with planning staff and understanding from planning staff what things need to be in place to, I want to say ensure it doesn't happen, but you can't really ensure anything. Like I said, somebody with an excavator can do a lot of damage in a short period of time before bylaw gets onto the site and something happens. But maybe there's some other things that can be done in order to delineate that edge where vegetation can be cleared before any heavy equipment comes onto site. But I know Mr. Rasmussen and his folks there are quite willing to listen to any ideas that town planning staff may have in order to have a better chance that this sort of thing does not happen in the future. One other thing that was recommended by the Lake Vernon Association was hiring an agency, an environmental agency, to do a benthic invertebrate assessment of water quality health or lake health as part of the approval. We have done similar sorts of studies in the past where we've used benthic invertebrates to monitor water quality. Generally, this is a very long-term type thing, and the district does this as well. They visit the lakes, certain areas, every number of years to see how the trend goes over a very long period of time. So if the Lake Association is looking to have some sort of a beacon to say something's happening here right now, benthic invertebrate assessments they're not really a great indicator of very short-term change. Our firm actually was hired by the town way back when the public park right in the center of town was being developed, and I believe it was a former tannery or something was on the property, and we had collected invertebrates, and it was a one-time thing in a very, what we call a point source of pollution. So a spot where chemicals were being leached into the water. And if you take a look at the benthic invertebrates there versus a control area, then you can see if there's any potential that the sediment quality, the water quality had been degraded. But in this situation, I don't think that the benthic invertebrate assessment is really the type of study that's going to give the Lake Association what they're sort of wanting out of this. But that's my comments for now, and I'll stick around and be happy to answer any questions that committee or the public have.
Thank you very much, Al. You came in just exactly at the 10-minute mark. Good for you. That's great. Thank you. And I believe, Mr. Rasmussen, you wanted to speak or?
With your permission, Madam Chair, I would just like to make a few comments.
First of all, I'd like to thank the town and the district over the last couple of years that we've been working on this project. Richard Clark and Curtis Everett have been very helpful in guiding us through this. I'd like to say that we're not new to the lake. We've been on the lake since 2007. We have a property. Sorry, my name is Chris Rasmussen. I'm the property owner. We have a property at 415 Hoodstown Road. We are in the process of developing. That's the home that my wife and my daughter and myself are going to be moving to later on this spring. We have a property on 570 Big Island. We've had that property for 17 years, and we love the lake. I came here as a kid. I came to Huntsville many dozens of times growing up. And when I was able to finally afford to buy a cottage, the only thing we could afford was on the island, and it was a shack. And we've spent the last 15 years building that, renovating it. Every single thing we have ever done, we've had permits for. We have done by the book from day one. That's the way we do things. The property we're currently building on 415 Hoodstown Road, just up the street, like 6-7 cottages away from this development. This is where we're moving to. The last thing we would ever want is for this project to be done in a way that we would not be able to look back and be proud of. For the committee and the attendees on the line here, this property was for sale for years. I understand that it's been in one family for about 150 years. And it passed down through generations. The owners they were in a position where we were approached by their counselor to see if we could do something with this property. COVID was amongst us 2 years ago, everyone will remember. And we knew that we were going to be spending a significant amount of time in 2020 up in Huntsville. We spent 7 months there on our island cottage the last 2 years. This property was going to be sold and was going to be developed by someone. And we thought this would be a great opportunity for us to do it in a way that we could be proud. So before the property was closed, months before the property closed, we had approached the town to figure out everything that we need to do in order to do this right. Everything. We're not asking for any exceptions or exemptions or encroachments or rights or any. We're not asking for anything that is not already in the bylaws for us to be able to do here. And we've been working through the town with the planning department, our consultants. Like, I can't thank John Gallagher enough for being patient with me the number of times I've lost it with him, as I've tried to understand what more we need to do in order to do this stuff by the book, so that we're not doing anything inappropriate. We're excited about this project. We think it'll be really good for the area and the neighborhood. And I'd really like to just convey that it is our absolute intention that nothing untoward ever happens on the lake. And we're trying to do everything we can to make sure that at least, that we can do our part to make sure that happens. Thank you, Madam Chair.
And thank you for your presentation, all three of you. Very much appreciated. And so at this time, I would ask if there are any members of the public who would like to address the committee on this application.
Members of the public are reminded to use the raise hand button or press *9 to indicate that they would like to address committee. Chair Alcock, I see one hand raised, and I will now bring them into the meeting.
Thank you, Madam.
No problem. A reminder that when you're being added to the meeting as a panelist, your video will be momentarily interrupted. When you have been added to the meeting, your video will appear in the committee member panel. Please ensure that you have your microphone and video, if possible, turned on and confirm your full name and mailing address before beginning your comments.
Welcome. I can see you. Is it Ann, Lindsay?
Yes, hello.
I can see you. I was about to say it. I think we can all see the top of your head, but now we can see the whole of you.
The whole head. Thank you. First of all, my name is Ann Lindsay, and I live at 372 Bayshore Boulevard in Huntsville, and I am the environmental chair of the Lake Vernon Association, which represents 215 members on the lake. I too, and we too, because I speak and Peter May speaks on behalf of a large organization, would love for this to be a development we could all be proud of. And I think this is our chance to get it right. Thank you for the opportunity to comment on this application. As currently proposed, we still have concerns that it will significantly and negatively impact some environmentally sensitive habitat, including identified species of risk, type 1 habitat, type 1 fish habitat, which occurs along the entire coast of the proposed development, important wetland habitat, and the overall water quality of this Lake Vernon Bay location. Type 1 fish habitat, as described in the environmental impact study, is rare. It has high productive capacity, it's highly sensitive to development, and has a critical role in sustaining fisheries. The application also doesn't take into consideration that this is a terminal bay of Lake Vernon with minimal input from other waterways and natural lake currents. And we know that with development comes more recreational use and more boating use. So in an already sensitive area, and in a terminal bay, there could be quite a bit of environmental impact. Unfortunately, as has been mentioned, even with the best of intentions, with site plan agreements and bylaws, guidelines, which are in place to protect that essential shoreline buffer, not all landowners and contractors respect that. We're very excited about the upcoming community planning permit system, but we know that these lots will not be under their jurisdiction because of timing. As Mr. Shaw recognized, the same restrictions, environmental mitigation measures were put in place for the Ashworth Bay development on Lake Vernon. And unfortunately, one of those lots, despite all of the protection in place, was clear cut right to its base. All natural vegetation was destroyed. There was significant erosion, and that crucial shoreline buffer was destroyed. We have seen this, and probably more recently, more often on Lake Vernon. And we know that at times towns' hands have been tied in terms of trying to protect that shoreline buffer. To that end, we request that the town explain how it will ensure that property owners develop only 75% of the natural shoreline as per the bylaw, and to a minimum setback of 15 meters. As mentioned, we had requested that the town arrange for the developer to hire an independent consultant so that all environmental mitigation measures were followed through. They could report back to the town, potentially the Lake Association. In terms of the benthic studies have been done. That's the studies of aquatic invertebrates. They're key species. They're like the canary in the coal mine. They're key species to tell you about the health of waterways. They have been done on the lake at various locations since 2009. So that's 13 years. So we feel that another benthic study, which wouldn't be of extraordinary expense to the developer, would provide a comparative to those sites that have historically been studied on the lake. So we do have 2 testing sites that have been tested since 2009. So we would love to have a comparative site as well. We're looking as well at developing a new one on another site. So history starts now, and history can be progressive and better and build on past learnings. we also ask that due to the environmentally sensitive nature of type 1 fish habitat, that the setback for building be beyond the 30-meter minimum, and that waterfront lots have a frontage of greater than the minimum, which is 60 meters, but up to 90 meters as recommended for the Ashworth Bay development. The second area of concern has been mentioned, and it's lot 1. In section 2.5.4 of the official plan of Huntsville, it stated that development and site alteration will only be permitted in significant wildlife habitat if it has been demonstrated that there will be no negative impacts on the habitat or its ecological functions. Lot 1 contains the land portion because a significant portion is wetlands. The land portion contains an ecotone or important habitat transition area. Very few of these areas remain, and it's an area of unique and varied biodiversity. As identified in the environmental impact study, it has significant wildlife value, potentially habitat for Blanding's turtle, as mentioned, a snake hibernicula in the old stone foundation, turtle wintering areas, and again, type 1 fish habitat. Most importantly, the bobolink, which is a species of bird, was observed on the site on lot 1 on June 8th and 21st of 2020. Habitat for this species is protected from being damaged or destroyed under the Endangered Species Act. Development and site alteration in the habitat of endangered and threatened species is not allowed under the provincial policy statement pursuing to the Planning Act. Under the town's official plan as well, it stated that wetlands will be protected as natural heritage features and areas, and lots should be large enough to accommodate a suitable area for development outside of the wetland. If you can see on the map, the wetland is more than half of lot 1. Lot 1, as it stands now, has a significant setback for the nesting area of the threatened species, as well as potential significant habitat if a snake hiberniculum is identified. And to that end, because of the significant wetlands on the site, because of sensitive wildlife habitat, some of it definitely brings into consideration the Endangered Species Act. The Lake Vernon Association believes that lot 1 should not be allowed to be rezoned to allow for more disturbance and a greater building footprint. Thank you.
So thank you, Anne. That very much appreciated. At this point, if you'd like to stay on to hear further comments, you're welcome to, but you need to mute and turn off your video. And I will ask if there are any other members of the public who would like to join this meeting.
Chair Alcock, I do have 2 hands raised.
Okay.
I will bring in the first member of the public now. A reminder to please ensure that you have your microphone and video, if possible, turned on, and confirm your full name and mailing address before beginning your comments.
I'm seeing somebody. Peter Gottlieb. There we go. Okay, Peter, I believe your mute is on.
Can you hear me?
We can now. Yep.
Great, thank you. My thanks to Chair Alcock and to Town Council and to all the presenters, Mr. Rasmussen and your colleagues. Thank you, and certainly to Anne Lindsay on behalf of fellow members of mine of the Lake Association, 200 plus strong, and I believe.
Peter, do you mind? I'm sorry to interrupt, but if you wouldn't mind stating your name.
Sorry, yes,
that would be helpful.
sorry, Peter Gottlieb, 170 North Drive, Huntsville, P1H2J2. Directly across from these proposed lands for this development, and I I wanted to thank Ann Lindsay. She speaks to the concerns of our fellow members and many of my fellow neighbors. I believe 8 additional to myself who have already written in letters of objection for various reasons. Myself and my family come at it from a position of being paddlers and swimmers. We are waterfront, but we're one of the few who don't own a motorboat. And we've paddled that shoreline for 15 years, and we've swam that shoreline, kayak, canoe, what have you. And I can tell you this entire shoreline, and I wanted to share this with town council because the reports don't always show this from a technical standpoint. I wanted to share it from a more intimate viewpoint. This is a shoreline, as part of, has been pointed out, this terminal bay, narrow entry can be discussed. But a terminal bay where this entire shoreline, with all of its sensitive species, but the shoreline itself physically is greatly imperiled. It is as fragile can get. The changes I have witnessed firsthand on a daily basis during paddling season is astounding. Great part of it, yes, is to the increased boat traffic and the increased horsepower and the reckless behavior of those boaters. But the mere fact that it is a terminal bay means that people, whether it be large fishing boats and people who live on the lake, don't live on the lake, of course, there's numerous public accesses, as there should be, come in and get to the end and turn around and throw wakes every which way, and they have no ability to dissipate. So much so that it makes it unsafe to swim often, truly unsafe, especially for small children, and it makes it unsafe to paddle. But furthermore, of course, it makes it unsafe for that shoreline itself. From a significant erosion perspective, all of the trees along that shoreline, their roots are exposed. I've seen them fall over myself personally. I've literally seen numerous trees fall in front of my very eyes, have seen loon's nest completely wiped out by those wakes, and snapping turtles and whatnot, having to react in a very shocked and horrified way to this man-made destruction. This bay is heavily, heavily saturated. As was pointed out earlier, there are, by Mr. Gallagher, I believe, there are 100-foot lots, all on the other side. And it simply can't handle much more. As a paddler, I'm part of a different community. People who come up here who aren't necessarily fortunate enough to have a recreational waterfront home or a home in the proximity in Muskoka. But the general sense that we're at a point now where people say Muskoka just isn't what it used to be. I used to come and paddle on Lake Vernon or this lake or that lake. And I used to bring my family to swim or to picnic, or, Muskoka's just too developed. It's just overdeveloped. So people in our community, the community I'm familiar with, are going further north because it has changed that much. So much so that one recently commented to me as I was discussing this particular development and our fear and exasperation, said, "What does the sign say? What's your slogan in Huntsville?" And I couldn't quite recall, but I think it's something to the effect of "once discovered, never forgotten." I believe that's what's on some of the signage as you approach town on Highway 60, Highway 11, what have you. And I actually like it a lot. I love it. But unfortunately, what this individual said is really, it should say something to the effect, and they're angry too, because they remember places they used to paddle and they used to take their family and their grandkids, grandparents had brought them to. And they said, it's really once discovered, always destroyed. And it's really sad. And it does speak to that Ashworth Bay clear cut, and it speaks to some of the boating behavior, and it speaks to the sheer magnitude of the size of some of the cottages or full-time homes or recreational properties, and the excessive outbuildings and the sheer number of boats, 5 or 6 per property, and of course the landscaping and the rockscaping, the large granite staircases. And this is something worth protecting, this part of the lake. There is tremendous aquatic life. There is tremendous species of animals that we've had the pleasure of witnessing on a daily basis. Like I am deeply concerned. I respect Mr. Rasmussen's comments, but as a paddler and someone who enjoys it with my family and friends in a bit more of a quiet, more respectful manner, more harmonious manner, I'm deeply concerned for this part of the lake. I believe it is worth protecting. I believe it is certainly worth, as Ann Lindsay said, changing the size of the water frontage lots to, in effect, limit the number of waterfront homes that will be here, and to put any and all rules in place and enforcement in place so that there isn't that window of opportunity for large machinery to come in and do something in the middle of the night, as I've seen time and again. And you see it in the winter when you're out Nordic skiing on the lake and you go around the corner and you see the wood chips and you see the chains, like you know that someone's been in clear cutting, and you see the stumps, and it will continue to happen. So that friend of mine who said once discovered, always destroyed is kind of onto something. But I'd love for town council to please prove him wrong here, and please see that this is something worth protecting and let it be an example for future developments. And I respect your thought, and thank you for the opportunity to present. And I really respect how you'll make your decisions moving forward. And again, thank you for listening.
Thank you very much, Mr. Gottlieb. Again, if you turn on your mute and turn off your video, you're welcome to
Thank you.
stay in case someone has a question of you. All right. And I think, Madeline, you said there was someone else waiting.
Thank you, Chair Alcock. There are 3 additional hands raised, so I will bring in the first one.
Okay, and just at this point, and I realize that everybody has an opportunity for sure, but I want to repeat the comment made earlier, which is if these are additional comments, that would be very much appreciated. If it's identical to the comments that were just made, maybe the speaker could consider that. Thank you.
Thank you. A reminder to please ensure that you have your microphone and video, if possible, turned on, and confirm your full name and mailing address before beginning your comments.
Welcome.
Hi.
Hello.
Hello, my name's Paula Day. I live on 16 Port Vernon Lane, which is just around the corner from the development. I don't want to take a lot of time. I know several of my neighbors along the road couldn't make it to today, and we have sent in a letter. I just wanted to make sure our voice was heard, that, you know, I don't want to stop Chris from developing, but I think we have great concerns with the Lot 1, and for all the reasons that have been said already today. I also really appreciate what Peter said, because I do paddle, and for many years, my kids have enjoyed fishing and going in that little bay that's always been very well protected. They used to swing off a tire chain, a little tire tube off one of the trees there, but even that we had to stop. The other, I think, big concern was to not change the ruling as to the setback, and to not allow them to build closer to the waterfront. I think were our 2 main concerns. I also wondered why the road was allowed to be built before everything had been approved. That also seemed very disturbing. All of a sudden, I kind of walked up the hill and there's like all the trucks and everything are there. And it really has changed the landscape of going up and being at our little 16 Port Vernon Lane, when all you hear is construction all the time. It just seems every summer there's some huge construction going on, and it starts at 8 in the morning, and it's just changed the whole way I enjoy it up there. Thank you very much for your time.
Very much appreciate your comments and your question, and I'm sure the planners are making note of that, and at the end of this, we'll provide some feedback on that. Okay?
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Again, if you turn your video off and want to stay, that's all right. Next, Madeline.
Thank you, Chair Alcock. There is one hand raised. So if that's okay, I'll bring them into the meeting.
Fine, absolutely.
Just a reminder to please ensure that you have your microphone and video, if possible, turned on, and please confirm your full name and mailing address before providing your comments.
I'm seeing a name, but I'm not, maybe he's,
Chair Alcock, I just want to let you know we have asked them to start their mic and video.
okay, thank you, Madeline.
Thank you.
There we go. Oh, no,
It's Peter Gull. I believe you're trying to access Peter Jacobson, but it's
Yeah.
asking me to unmute and start my video. So perhaps you could go to Mr. Jacobson. Thank
okay,
you.
we see, thank you for that, Mr. Watling. And now we have
Sorry
Mr.
for the confusion.
Jacobson. Welcome, Mr. Jacobson. You need to turn your mute off, please. Oh, you're still on mute. There we go. That's good. Oh. Is there a reason why we can't hear Mr. Jacobson? Okay, connecting to audio. There we go. Hopefully that'll work. Gotta love this. This will, I think we're ending Zoom at some time in the near future. Sometime. Oh, your mute is back on, Mr. Jacobson. Nope, still muted. I wonder if someone could explain maybe where his mute, I don't know. Is there?
Sorry, Chair Alcock, we're just, we're asking to unmute, but I think there may be just a minor technical difficulty.
All right. Oh, mute is off. Mr. Jacobson, your mute is off. Can you try and say something? Nope. How about your volume? Me commenting on the technical details is a bit humorous for most of the people around our committee. Sorry. I wish I could help you. No. Madeline, is anybody reaching out and trying? Maybe there's another way he can connect.
Hi, Chair Alcock, sorry. We are trying, I believe it's an issue on his end. So unfortunately, I don't know if there's anything we can do.
Could he, Mr. Jacobson, it sounds like we're having difficulty. We can't hear you. And so I'm wondering if Councillor Fitzgerald has his hand up. Is there, would you like to comment how you might be able to join us, or?
I believe there is a phone-in option.
There is a phone-in option. I'm assuming that Madeline, we've given him that option.
That is an option. I believe that will take some time to connect. But yep, Mr. Peter Jacobson is welcome to use that option.
And does he have the number? Is it all? He doesn't know. He has no. So I'm wondering if perhaps your comments, is it possible to send in your comments? Madeline, have we sent him the phone number that he should try to for audio connection?
I believe that could be accessed online in the same place as the link for the meeting.
Are you here, Mr. Jacobson? Are you hearing us? So you're looking for that right now? Okay. Okay, I see a phone, so that's.
Hi, Chair Alcock. Sorry to interrupt. I did just forward the phone information to Mr. Jacobson, so perhaps he'll be able to use that. And if not, I'm not sure what else we could do.
Maybe, I don't know if he can hear me, but if he can't, so you found the number, you've got it, and you're trying to use it? Out of curiosity, while we're waiting for Mr. Jacobson, Madeline, is there anyone else out there that has a hand up, or is this our last?
This was our last one.
Okay, all right. So you're no luck on the audio. Did you not receive the number from our planner? No, okay. My sincere apologies, Mr. Jacobson. I wish we could have resolved this, and we would look forward to receiving your comments. If you could send something in writing, or would that be possible? That's great. Or phone any one of us directly, just to let us know what your thinking is. I wish we could hear you. Okay. All right. My apologies. I think we are going to move on. Bye for now. And Madeline, you said no more and no more hands up?
Yep, I can confirm, Chair Alcock, that no more hands are raised.
Okie dokie. So with that, we have reached the end of this segment. And before I read the final script, I want to thank everybody who participated in this public meeting. I thought all of the comments were really thoughtful and very valuable and incredibly respectful of the process. So I just want to say thank you for that. So oh, yeah. Oh, you know what? Julie just reminded me. Sorry. My apologies. Oh, committee, I forgot about that. Are there questions? Are there any questions of committee members? Sorry. Yes. And I do see Councillor Weeb has his hand up, followed by Councillor Kelly, and followed by Councillor Armour. How could I have missed all of that? My apologies, everybody. I was getting a little ahead of myself. I'm muting now, starting with Councillor Weeb.
Thank you, Chair Alcock, for this opportunity to speak. I want to address probably this question to Mr. Shaw, maybe to Mr. Gallagher. We've heard of numerous references to Lot 1 and a few different species at risk that appear to either be in the area or possibly in the area. And one of the comments that was made was if we determine that we can't see any of the snakes, for example, then we will then remove the restrictions, that the buffer that exists around it. And I guess my question would be, wouldn't it be wise to err on the side of assuming they're there and leaving that buffer in place? And I guess that's the first part to Al, I suppose. And the second part would be to our staff. And that would be, how can we ensure that those buffers are end up being large enough and robust enough to do what they're supposed to do?
Thank you for that. So I'll turn it over to Mr. Shaw first. I noticed Mr. Gallagher has his hand up, but you asked specifically of Mr. Shaw, so I'll go there first.
Thank you, Chair Alcock. Great question, Councillor Wiebe. So for certain types of significant wildlife habitat, there is, we have a document that we follow that says if you want to say that this is or is not, so confirm or deny whether it's significant wildlife habitat, then these are the specific studies that you have to do. And if you do those specific studies, according to the protocol, and you come up negative, then you can safely assume that they are not there. And that's what we're applying in this case. We're also going above and beyond. We're you know, the time protocols for you to be there and look are quite short as far as I was concerned. So to be honest, I sat there for over an hour yesterday looking at the foundation from afar first, because snakes do get spooked if you go by, although they move very slowly at this time of year. So came up from behind with binoculars from a distance and my camera with a zoom lens, and then went around to the front, which is the way that the sun was coming in. So that would be the direct view that you would want to be able to see the snakes. And then followed that by moving into the area and listening, because if there was a snake there that I didn't catch a glimpse of before, then I would hear it going through, rustling through the leaves, trying to get away. So, and I did that 2 or 3 times just to make sure. So in this case, I am following the protocols that the province has put out to say, if you come up negative, we are confident that it is a negative.
Okay. Thank you for that. And I noticed, Mr. Gallagher, you have your hand up. You'd like to respond as well.
Just one thing that Al didn't clarify there. Councillor Wiebe, the bobolink has been identified as a habitat, so that's not going to be changing. That area will be protected through zoning, and there's ample area outside of both of those areas for a building envelope. Thanks.
Okay, thank you for that. And Curtis, you'd like to respond?
Yes, thank you. Through you, Madam Chair. And I just wanted to clarify for Councillor Wiebe that you'll note on the plan where the identified hibernaculum is, it's showing a 15-meter buffer from that hibernaculum to the proposed building envelope. So when Mr. Shaw referenced reducing or removing that buffer, I suppose what was being referred to is if it is identified as significant wildlife habitat, then a 30-meter buffer will be required. So the difference here is between 30 meters and 15 meters, not 30 and nothing. So there will be a buffer around that feature regardless. It's just how big it'll be.
Okay, thank you. And Councillor Wiebe, follow up?
Sorry, if I could really quickly. So that would be to the building envelope in terms of the clearing of the lot or the building itself?
Good question. Curtis?
It would be to the building envelope. So I suppose from that, somebody could build right on the edge of the building envelope, but I suspect it would be vetted through the site plan control process, because obviously we wouldn't be allowing site alteration or tree removal within that buffer. So
I guess I just think about large equipment moving around a large building. 15 meters will put you probably in the habitat, you know, so anyway, something to consider.
John, quickly.
I think Curtis got that incorrectly. If there is no snakes, then there's no buffer around that property, around that foundation. And Al can correct me if I'm wrong, but it was only if there was snakes there that we needed a 15 or a 30-meter buffer from it.
So that one needs to be sorted out for sure. We need to know exactly what that is. And Al, do you have that correct information, or is that something that we will find out pronto?
We can go over that with Mr. Sivrit, but my expectation was if there is no hibernacula, there's no snakes there, then there's no hibernacula, and there is no need to protect and buffer that feature at all.
Okay, all right. Thank you. With that, I'm going to go to Councillor Kelly.
Thanks, Madam Chair. It's funny how some things are the same across Muskoka. Clear cutting is a big issue for us as well in Gravenhurst. So I was glad, Al, that you happened to mention that and bring it up. Good to see you again. So yeah, I'm really glad to hear the concern around both from the developer and the planner and Al as well about the concern about clear cutting. We've gone through experiences, and I know, Nancy, we brought this up at district level about the fact that developers, once they get a certain point in the process, they start going in and clear cutting for reasons like it's a nesting season for bats or whatever it happens to be, because they need to get it cut down before that nesting season happens. And then before you know it, the lot's cleared, and then what do you do to say you're going to go back and reforest that area? That's virtually impossible to put it back to where it was. So I have great empathy for the residents on the lake there, as well as you as councillors trying to figure through that, because I think there's a point at time of which developers have to be very understanding of the fact that you can't return from that. Once you do that clear cut, you can't go back and plant 5-year-old trees for replacing 100-year-old trees. So I do get that. I'm glad to hear that it's been discussed, and in fact it is a priority. But I again would only say that should happen once all the T's are crossed and I's dotted, before that even is allowed to go forward, because we've experienced right here where the developer's gone in and done it for all the reasons I just articulated, and we can't return from that. So every one of our meetings we have with the developer, this exact question is asked about: when is it you plan on doing your development, and when can we expect that you're planning on moving forward? So anyway, Chair, I just wanted to share that that experience is the same with us down here. I'm sure it's probably the same in Lake of Bays and everywhere else too. The concern over developers going in and just chopping, because it's easy. It's easier to do the work by chopping everything down, and then you go ahead and do it. So anyway, I shared those comments from Gravenhurst. So thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much for that, Councillor Kelly. Much appreciated. And followed by Councillor Armour.
Thank you, Chair Alcock. I just have a couple for clarification more than anything. So my first one has to do with Lot 1, and it looks like the landscape on Lot 1 on the east side of South Drive pretty well matches each other, being that it looks pretty wet on both sides. I don't know if anybody paid any attention to that. Through Google Maps, it looks that way. And my actual question is, I just wonder, how shallow is this bay, or how deep is it? Does anybody have any information on how quickly the shoreline comes up? Is it sandy? Is it rocky? Is it true?
I would going to see if Richard, do you want to jump in there, or would you like me to go to the applicant?
Yes, so through you, Madam Chair, I don't have that information on the bay depth. I'm not sure if Mr. Gallagher has it, but give him a shot if he has that information.
No, I'm not. Where is John? Where is John? Mr. Gallagher, do you have that information?
I see Chris has his hand raised. He would have a better understanding of the depth of the bay.
All right. Mr. Rasmussen?
Good afternoon. Thank you for that. We did before, like we've been going in this bay for years, and for the vast majority of the shoreline, it is like at dock depth, dock distance from like 10, 12 feet off the shore. It is more than 12 feet deep the whole way along. Most of it at about 30, 40 feet out is 20 feet deep. It's only at the very end, where you start getting into things like tree stumps, where it's like 5, 6, 7 feet deep. Again, my experience having a cottage on Big Island, where I have 80 feet before I'm even 2 feet deep in front of my cottage. This was a dream to be this deep off the tip of the dock at every single one of these dock siting locations. Diving depth for anyone.
Thank you for that. Councillor Armour, would you need a follow-up, or? Are you
Well,
good?
that's good. Thank you very much.
Okay, Councillor Stone, followed by Councillor Picard.
Thanks. So first of all, I'd just like to thank Mr. Rasmussen for his comments about his passion for living there here in Huntsville, but more importantly, the fact that he wants to do everything within the rules. He's not looking for any variances or exceptions. And I really appreciate that, because not many developers do that necessarily. My question to Mr. Shaw is that the entire area, the entire frontage, we are told is type 1 fish habitat, and yet on our drawings, the fish have apparently decided not to be where the docks are going to go.
Mr. Shaw?
Yeah, thank you for that comment, Councillor Stone. I think you have it backwards though. The docks are going where the fish aren't. When we went out and did the work to type the fish habitat, that was done first, and then the property lines were put in order to accommodate a docking envelope on each of the lots. Not the other way around.
So the docks are not located anywhere near the fish habitat then?
Correct. The fish habitat was mapped first, then the lot lines and the locations where the docks were supposed to go were put in after.
Councillor Stone?
And I just don't know if I'm premature with this, but are we limiting dock sizes and prohibiting boathouses and that kind of thing?
I'm going to throw that one over to Mr. Clark.
Sure, thank you. Through you, Madam Chair. The zoning we can still work on. One of the things with the zoning that we're talking about is making sure that not just the features, but the buffers associated with them will also be identified as part of the conservation zones. We would also be able to specify building envelopes for houses, septic envelopes for septics, dock locations, dock sizes, pathway locations. Those would all be things that we could pin down in the zoning. And when we've discussed those with the applicant, there's been some eagerness to work with us on that. So I think that's yet to come, and we would be able to put a bylaw together that addresses all those things.
That's great news. Thank you.
That's very good news. All right, Councillor Picard.
Thank you, Madam Chair. To staff, I believe this question will be, one of the members of the public asked a question around the road building that's taken place prior to all the permitting and stuff. Can staff speak to that? What's gone on there and why?
Absolutely. I noticed Mr. Clark has his hand up and would like to speak to that. Thank you.
Yes, thank you. So through you, Madam Chair, that's a great question. On this particular property, there was some vegetation removal and site alteration work done. In the town of Huntsville, we don't have a tree removal bylaw or a site alteration bylaw currently in place. So and I guess you've heard that it happens elsewhere in Muskoka. In Huntsville, we do see some vegetation clearing and site alteration occur preemptively, I'll call it, so prior to development applications being approved, and that was the case in this instance. I would say that it appears to have been just in the location of roadways, proposed roadways, private lanes, so that's good, but we did get a number of calls about it, and it has since stopped. One of the things that we are doing in the town of Huntsville is we're busily working on a bylaw very similar to the Lake of Bays, called a community planning permit bylaw, that will allow us to regulate development, vegetation removal, and site alteration all as one approval process. And that would allow us to regulate those types of activities, and the requirement would be that there would be no preemptive vegetation clearing or site alteration prior to development approvals. So unfortunately, that's not something we have, but it is something that we're working on very busily right now.
Thank you.
Thank you for that question, Councillor Papard. Are there any other questions from committee? I'm not seeing any. One quick comment I have finally, from my perspective, I'm so glad you ended it with the community planning permit process, Richard, because a number of the comments today, it seems to me that there's a lot of importance, should be a lot of importance in the implementation of the approvals. And that's where some of the things happen that people say that wasn't supposed to happen. And I'm wondering if through the community planning permit system, and maybe Councillor Papard can tell us if this is true, that we might have more control in the actual implementation of the approvals as things start rolling out. And maybe that's wishful thinking, but it's hopeful thinking on my part. And is there any truth to that, Richard?
Oh, I thought you were going to throw that over to Councillor Papard.
Well, maybe, no, I thought I'd throw it your way first.
But yeah, so shoreline development and the regulation and control of shoreline development is kind of the exact reason that Lake of Bays first looked at the development permitting system, now called the community planning permit system. And it's been done in Innisfil also for that exact reason. And it's going to be the tools that we need to ensure that that 30-meter area closest to the shore, that ribbon of life, there will be those controls in place so that you need permits before you can do the alteration, unless it's on an approved plan.
Okay.
So that's the idea behind it for sure.
Okay, I appreciate that. Okay, with that, I now can go into the last part of this public meeting process. I'm not seeing any other hands, and my apologies again to everybody for trying to bypass all of your great questions and comments. So thank you for participating in the public meetings. The District Community Services and Planning Committee and the Town Development Services Committee will be considering all of the comments made prior to making decisions on the proposed draft plan of subdivision and zoning bylaw amendment. Anyone wishing to receive a notice of decision on the proposed draft plan of subdivision or common element condominium description should provide a written request, including their mailing address, to District Clerk Amy Back. Should you like more information about this proposal, preserving your appeal rights, or on how to receive notice of the decision on the proposed draft plan of subdivision, please contact Curtis Sabret at the district office. Anyone wishing to receive a notice of passing of the proposed zoning bylaw amendment must make a written request, including their mailing address, to the town clerk, Tanya Kalea. For more information about the proposed zoning bylaw amendment, preserving your appeal rights, or on how to receive notice of the passing of the proposed zoning bylaw amendment, please contact Richard Clark following this meeting at the town office. Please be advised there is a 20-day appeal period from the date of issuance of a notice of decision, during which time any person who makes oral submissions this afternoon or has made written submissions prior to the decisions being made may appeal the decisions to the local planning appeal tribunal. I now declare the public meetings to be concluded at 2:33 p.m. And with that, I can say adieu to our two guests, Councillor Kelly and to Councillor Papard. Thank you for joining us today. All right, with that, I am going to propose that we have, because we've been at this for an hour and a half, if everybody is okay, 5-minute biological break before we start the rest of the Town of Huntsville Planning Committee meeting. All right, okay. Okay. We're almost there. 1, 2, 3, 4. We're waiting one more. Councillor Fitzgerald, Councillor Weeb. Okay, Councillor Fitzgerald will be here in 2 seconds. Okay. All right, I am going to start. I believe that Councillor Fitzgerald will be back with us as I'm reading my opening comments. So for those of you who have been with us since the beginning of this meeting, this is a bit redundant, but I need to go through the public meeting comments once again for the town portion of this meeting. So I would like to welcome everyone to the public portion of the meeting to consider applications to amend zoning bylaw 2008-66P pursuant to section 34 of the Planning Act. The procedure of the public meeting will be as follows. A brief explanation of the purpose and effect of the application and any correspondence received to date will be given by staff. The applicant or their representative will be asked to provide any additional comments without repeating the information already outlined by staff. Any members of the public present will then be permitted to ask questions or provide comments respecting the applications. Committee will then have the opportunity to question the applicant, the planner, or anyone giving presentations. Once the public meeting is concluded, the input received and proposed amendments will be considered by committee and council. Any persons making representation are requested to first state their name and mailing address. Please note that presentations are limited to 10 minutes. Please be informed that an appellant must provide an oral submission at the public meeting or written submission prior to the passage of the zoning bylaw. Otherwise, the Ontario Land Tribunal may dismiss the appeal. If you wish to be notified of the passage of a zoning bylaw, you must file either with the recording secretary or with the clerk a written request for notification prior to the passage of the proposed zoning bylaw. Each notice of complete application and public meeting included an explanation of the purpose and effect of the proposed amendment, and notice was required to be posted at the subject lands. Notice was therefore considered to have been provided in accordance with the provisions of the Planning Act and applicable sections of the Huntsville official plan. We will now deal with application number Z08 2022 HTE 1678920 Ontario Limited at 432 Springfield Road. With that, over to you, Richard.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm just going to.
My apologies. Yes, her worship had her hand up, and on this, she had declared a conflict of pecuniary interest. So she has now bowed out. Sorry about that. I should have stated that.
Perfect. So I'm going to just start sharing my screen. Okay, and I'm told you can now see that, so I'm going to begin. So thank you, Madam Chair. Through you, the subject property is located at 432 Springfield Road. The lot has an approximate area of 0.5 hectares and 58 meters of frontage on Fairy Lake. The property is currently developed with a single detached dwelling and a utility shed. A dock also exists along the shoreline in front of the property within the town-owned original shore road allowance. The lot is split zoned, natural resources towards the front and rural 1 towards the rear. And the official plan designates the lot as waterfront. This application requests a zoning change to permit a short-term rental accommodation as an additional permitted accessory use within the existing single detached dwelling on the property, which is located within a natural resource zone. As committee is aware, the natural resource zone is among the most restrictive zoning categories in the town and applies to flood-prone lands. Only single detached dwellings that existed prior to the date of the passing of the bylaw are permitted within the NR zoned lands. Permitted accessory uses in the NR zones are restricted to boathouses and docks only. The NR lands on site correspond with the regulatory flood elevation for Fairy Lake provided in the zoning bylaw, which is 286.53 meters above sea level. However, the district recently released updated floodplain mapping, which you see on your screen, for various water bodies around Muskoka. According to a technical report prepared by Duke Engineering for neighboring lands, the regulatory flood elevation applicable to the subject lands using the updated district mapping should be 286.46 meters above sea level, which includes the new static flood elevation for Fairy Lake, as well as a wave uprush factor. So the proposal, the town has a short-term rental accommodation bylaw, which is used to license, regulate, and govern short-term rental accommodations. This bylaw is intended to work in concert with the zoning bylaw, which indicates where such uses are permitted as accessory uses to the principal residential use. And when that short-term rental bylaw was developed, the STRAs were pretty much permitted on any property where a single detached dwelling was going to be permitted. So when it was developed, permissions for short-term rental accommodation uses were not permitted or provided to floodplain zone properties, including the NR zone lands. Hence the need for this application. The official plan states that new development and site alteration is not permitted below the regulatory flood elevation, except for minor expansions to existing legal non-conforming uses and some other uses appropriate for floodplain lands, such as flood and erosion control structures or marine related structures such as docks, decks, and non-habitable boathouses. Adding uses to non-conforming uses is not permitted. The district OP and provincial policy statement also contain policies that support this. On the screen right now is a topographic survey that we found in our building permit file for this property. Based on flood depths likely to occur on site under regulatory flood conditions, which we estimate would be about 0.66 meters of flooding in the home itself, the lack of flood proofing for the dwelling itself, and the potential lack of safe access to the lands under regulatory flood conditions, it would appear flood risks are high on this particular property. These risks could be amplified significantly if a short-term rental accommodation use is permitted, as such a use would effectively concentrate members of the traveling public whom are unaware of local flooding hazards into a property such as this, and hence make those people more vulnerable. Site photos of the property showing the front looking from the lake, the rear of the dwelling, the lawn area in front of the house, and the shoreline. This is a shot just of Springfield Road in the area where there was some concern about floodwater depths. And then this is a shot of what that area looks like from a distance. So the application was circulated in accordance with the provisions of the Planning Act and to the Fairy Lake Association. District commented that they did not recommend approval of the application. The Fairy Lake Association, who provided comments following agenda publication, were also not in support. 2 letters of support and 7 letters of objection were received in relation to this application. The majority of the objections appear to relate to the use of the property for a short-term rental accommodation in general, and the suitability of a short-term rental accommodation on the property given the private road access and the flood-prone nature of the property. Many of the concerns appear to be complaints about guests to the house and relate to noise, safety, and private road use etiquette matters. Building staff noted that access to this property has been restricted in the past due to spring flooding. Additionally, staff noted that the road has been washed out in the past during springtime. Fire department staff noted that access to this property may become restricted during a flood or a high water event near 393 Springfield Road, which is that area where the road dips. and this could delay emergency response. Should the committee view the application favorably, both building and fire staff recommended that an operational start date be imposed, wherein no rentals would be permitted during the most commonly occurring flooding seasons. As the application appears not to conform to the policies of the town official plan, nor be consistent with the provincial policy statement, staff is recommending the application be denied. Thank you, and I'd be happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you for that, Richard. At this point, I would ask if the applicant or the applicant's representative is here or would like to speak to the application.
The applicant or the representative are reminded to use the raise hand button or press *9 to indicate that they would like to address committee. And Chair Alcock, I see one hand raised, and if it's okay, I'll bring them into the meeting now. A reminder to please have your microphone and video on if possible, and to please confirm your name and mailing address before speaking.
Okay. Can everybody hear me okay?
Yes. Yep.
Okay, perfect. Brandon,
you know what?
So
you just,
I'm the future owner of 43.
Sorry,
am I there?
You are, but your sound is in and out. Can you restate your name and what you just said?
Yeah, so Brandon McCary. Can you hear me better now?
Yes.
Okay. So my name's Brandon McCary, the future owner of 432 Springfield Road. So my dad, Rick Elliott, he is actually the owner of the property. He had to step out for a funeral. He was here, but unfortunately it got a little later than he thought it was going to be. So he had to step out. So I said future owner of 432 Springfield Road, and I'll kind of get to that. So first of all, I just wanted to start off by saying, sorry, my voice is a little shaky right now.
No worries.
I just want to mention my family. Okay, sorry. Oh, sorry.
Okay.
Sorry. Oh my God, sorry. I'm good. Okay. Sorry, this has just been really tough. So I just want to start off to say that, sorry. My family does not want to cause any stress or harm or any unwanted conflict with any of our neighbors. This is a future retirement place for our family. We are a young family of 6. I have 4 children, and my husband grew up in Huntsville, and all of his family still live there. My husband actually ironically lived at the family Hollands Head Farm when we started dating in Huntsville. And when this place came up for sale, we kind of knew that it was a place that we wanted to have our family, enjoy as a cottage. It was mentioned in one of the neighbor letters that waterfront is no longer affordable to locals. And that's partly why I feel like we are in this situation. When this place came up for sale, it was, as I said, my husband used to live there. It's close to family. And, we're friends with some of the neighbors there. So it just seemed like a good fit, but it was just out of our budget. So we were very lucky to have my dad step in and basically he owns it now and we're paying him towards it. And we knew that we would need rental income in order to afford this place. So if I could just say, the main purpose of this place is not for rental income. We do rent it, but that is not the main purpose of it. This is our family's happy place. The majority of the time we are up there. But because we do have 4 kids active in sports as well, and it was out of our budget, we do need to require to have some kind of rental agreement in order to do that. So we did go through the application. Our family up in Huntsville let us know that they were, there was an application in process, which we want to follow all the rules, and we did that. And then it came back being denied because it was in a flood zone. So not all of as Richard has mentioned, not all of the property is in the flood zone. So the whole road that is leading to just past our cottage is out of the flood zone. And if you just walk up our driveway, it is out of the flood zone as well. So one thing as well with us, when we purchased this place, we did our homework to make sure that our future investment was not going to be affected by the flood either. So we spoke to the current owners who had stated that, you know, the worst flood in Huntsville's history, that this was not affected by it. And we talked to some of the neighbors as well. And so we felt very confident. So the number one thing is we want to make sure that the whole place is safe for ourselves, as well as, you know, if we do rent it. I will just state that I feel like this issue is more an issue of being able to rent in a mixed zone. So it's not just all in a flood zone, but not the fact of being able to rent, period. I realized, and it was, you know, hard to read some of, you know, the neighbors that are upset with us renting. And as I said at the beginning, that is not what we want to do. We want to make sure that for ourselves, that we have a place that's safe. We have agreed to follow any recommendations to keep the property site from flooding that is involved in, and these are not in any particular order, but number one is blackout dates. Richard mentioned that as well. So during the spring thaw, having it be blackout dates that you cannot, you know, rent out the cottage. And then another one is right when we purchased the place, we actually contacted the Muskoka watershed and had the purpose of that was to more protect the shoreline, being that it's a flat area. One of the main purposes we wanted to do was we noticed that, you know, any kind of boat traffic that does go in the bay, the waves can come up and kind of affect the shoreline. So that's definitely a priority of ours, is to plant what's needed. I was telling one of the counselors that the Muskoka watershed has their own plants that you can purchase from them, and it's designed specifically for your area. So that's something that that we want to move forward with. And we've also agreed that we would, you know, purchase the shoreline road allowance if that was, you know, something, you know, required as well. So I want to follow all of the rules of renting. Our rental agreements are very clear about, you know,
Brandy,
the
we've lost your
speed,
bit- no,
the noise.
Sorry.
Okay.
I didn't mean to interrupt.
Sorry, it was my son was calling me. Sorry. Yeah.
Okay. All right. Your video is back.
We want to. Sorry. So we want to. Can you hear me? Okay.
Yep. I should note
So
that you have
our
minute
rental agreement.
It's about 3. Yeah.
Okay, our rental agreement is very clear about speed and noise and privacy. You know, one thing that I just want to make notice is that this building was in 2006. They did approve the upstairs. So when we bought this place, the upstairs is fairly new, and all the bedrooms are upstairs as well. There's no property or no basement on this property as well, being that it's in a flood zone. And we feel that, you know, as far as renting out, because you just follow the driveway up and it is out of the flood zone, unlike a lot of the other areas to the left of us where they live there, you know, 24/7, that's their permanent residence, that, you know, they have been able to live there all year round. And we're just asking for limited rentals to be able to afford this place for my family and I.
Okay. Thank you very much for that. And great. Okay. At this point, I will ask if there are any members of the public who would like to speak to this application.
Members of the public are reminded to use the raise hand button or press *9 to indicate that they would like to address committee. Chair Alcock, I do see one hand raised and we'll now bring them into the meeting if that's okay.
Yep, thank you.
Just a reminder to please ensure that you have your microphone and video if possible turned on, and to please confirm your name and mailing address before beginning your comments.
Hello?
Hello?
Yep.
Hi, my name is Jennifer Hutchins, and I'm at 518 Springfield Road. So I was one of the letters of approval, I guess, to let the McCarrys continue to rent out their cottage. I just want to say that I am past their house, so I'm not directly impacted in any way, or have been, by any of the rentals. We do live on a very private single lane road, which you have to be careful most times with traffic coming in and out. But I, again, haven't really had to deal with any of that. They're a lovely family. And, you know, for me and for my family, I don't see how it can be something that we can basically tell somebody because they needed this in order to keep and want to be a part of Huntsville. And if they can't rent it, well then, you know, they wouldn't maybe have bought it in the first place. And again, I just want to say that we have not been negatively impacted at all by this.
Okay. Thank you for joining us today and for your comments. Much appreciated. Hopefully I didn't cut you off. I didn't mean to. Okay. All right, good. Thank you. If you turn your video off and your mute back on, that'd be great. Thank you. Madeline, is there anyone else in the public who would like to speak to this?
Chair Alcock, I can confirm I see no further hands raised.
Okay, great. Thank you for that. So with that, I will read the motion that we do have before us, and then I'll turn it over to committee for questions. It has been moved by Councillor Fitzgerald, seconded by Councillor Wiebe. It is recommended that Planning Committee recommend denial of zoning bylaw amendment Z08 2022 HT, the purpose and effect of which is to rezone a portion of the lot from a natural resource zone to a natural resource with exception zone to permit a short-term rental accommodation as an additional permitted accessory use on the subject lands. So with that, I will ask if there are questions or comments from committee. And you both popped up at the same time, so I'm going to go with Councillor Wiebe, followed by Councillor Armour, followed by Councillor Fitzgerald.
Thank you, Chair Alcock, for giving me the face-off win. My question is to actually our staff, and that is, can you remind me, when did our SCRA rules kind of come into effect? I know that I should know that off the back of my hand, but give me a quick couple sentences on what the timeline was for that program.
Should we direct that to Director Maxwell? Do you want to respond? Or Richard, you put your camera.
No, I think that would be great if you could let Director Maxwell respond to that quick question.
Thank you, Chair Alcock. The program was initially meant to start in March of 2020, but due to the COVID issue that arose just at the same time, we didn't start the licensing process until I believe it was mid-June of 2020.
Okay, Councillor Wiebe, follow up or?
Not at the moment. I'll probably circle back after the other members.
Okay, all right, good. So next would be Councillor Armour.
Thank you, Chair Alcock, and thank you, Brandy, for coming here today and bringing this before us. I can definitely understand the concern, especially with the real estate market the way it is today, and trying to enjoy some waterfront property like this in Muskoka, and especially being able to afford it. So I just want to say thank you for coming forward, and I'd love to see you become a permanent resident here in Huntsville one day, and I actually would like to see us approve this. So that's all I have to say.
Okay, I'm assuming at some point, if that's the case, there will be a proposed amendment from you, Councillor Armour.
That's correct. I believe there was maybe one.
Okay. All right. Followed by Councillor Fitzgerald.
Thank you, Chair Alcock, and I'm not sure who can answer this question. Someone on planning. Correct me if I'm wrong, or I'm not totally informed. Are there numbers associated with beds about how many people you can put in a short-term rental? I thought there was. So when I hear of, 50 people, that it surprises me. I guess you could have visitors at a place, but, and I guess there was a lot of comments about commercialism and commercial zoning and everything from some of the letters. And we have no exceptions of what areas those can go in other than the areas you're going to describe to me, whoever answers this question.
So, Richard.
So it's my understanding, so through you, Madam Chair, it's my understanding that the license dictates how many occupants can be in the short-term rental, and the number that can be accommodated is based on the specifics of the property, the number of beds, the septic system capacity, and then it's put into the license how many occupants can be accommodated. So that's my understanding, and if I have it wrong, I'm sure Director Maxwell would chime in.
Director Maxwell, do you want to confirm?
Thank you, Chair Alcock. No, Mr. Clark was absolutely right. I think the concern that might have been raised in this instance is because it was an unlicensed short-term rental. So there were no restrictions that the town could enforce when it came to what was going on there, other than the fact that it was operating as an unlicensed rental.
Councillor Fitzgerald.
Okay, thank you for that. So really a lot of the objections brought up in the letters will refer to bylaw enforcement of short-term rental accommodations if they do in fact become licensed, if that happens, correct?
Richard?
Yeah, through you, Madam Chair, I think there are a number of bylaws that exist now, such as noise bylaws, that could be, people could take advantage of, and those exist already. So regardless of whether or not there's a license, those bylaws exist. But then, as you suggest, Councillor Fitzgerald, once it is licensed, there would be additional tools as part of that bylaw that could be used, and you know, 3 strikes you're out rules, those kind of things would come into force. So yeah, good point.
Thank you for that information. Appreciate it.
Okay, and Councillor Stone.
Thank you. Just a comment. Councillor Armour and myself sit on the licensing committee, and for other things, including short-term rentals. And we're trying to be quite firm on on when there are violations. We now have a 2-strike rule, not a 3-strike rule for most of the issues. So in looking at this, the whole picture here, I think I can get my head around approving this. I'd like to see 3 things. Obviously, a site plan agreement that's obviously going to deal with revegetation of not only the shoreline, but perhaps the property itself. The purchase of the shore road allowance, and the blackout period for rental during the flood months. And if we can achieve those three things, I'd be happy to play along.
Okay, thank you for that. If I may, have we, this is following up on your comments, Councillor Stone, have we issued a blackout period before in any of our other short-term rentals? I'm just curious if that's, could I ask Richard?
Good question. So through you, Madam Chair, it's my understanding that we have not instituted an operational date in any of our current licenses, but I do believe that it can be something that we incorporate in a site-specific definition of what a short-term rental accommodation would mean on this property. And we could, if council viewed this application favorably, just incorporate an operational time. And we do have something ready to go that we can share if that's the way people want to go.
Okay, and during that period, then there's a heavy reliance on by law enforcement.
Yeah.
And that would be the only way to police it, I guess. All right. So I think, my apologies. I think that Councillor Weeb was next, followed by Councillor Fitzgerald. You put your hand back up. Am I wrong?
No, you got that bang on.
I got that bang on. Good.
Okay, I have a couple more things to add to the discussion. One is to our staff. We've had a lot of information brought forward by a very near neighbor on water depths, flood elevations, etc. So I'm wondering if any of that information would clarify a little bit of what we've heard already, which was the proponent saying that I think the staff's and their definition of what is flooding or what is flood risk isn't exactly the same. So I'd like you to speak finally on where in fact the flood, like what the flood elevation really is, so we can all agree on one set of facts when it comes to water levels. The second part, the other question I have is, well, not a question, but a concern. And that is the proponent, the property is in the name of a numbered company. So I'm actually, it's kind of caught me by surprise a little bit, because what we're saying is we're willing to, make concessions, etc., because this is the narrative. But the reality is that it is in a numbered company, and I don't know if we would look at it the same. And I don't doubt that there's the story presented is that they will in fact inherit it, etc. But from planning perspective, for many years, many applications in the past have said that this is our intention doing it. But the black and white of it is it's still not in their name. So I struggle with that a little bit, and I don't mean that to sound negative, but those are the facts. And the last part is I too wouldn't entertain this without the blackout period in place, because I think that makes good sense, and it's something that I know we've entertained or we've talked about in the past, but we haven't actually instituted. But I think that's wise. That would be a wise decision if we do go down that road.
Okay, thank you. You asked, the first one was around the flooding data. So I think, Richard, you have your mute off and probably will respond to that.
Yes, so thank you. Through you, Madam Chair. I think the best thing for me to do is just very quickly show the slides again, and I'll do it very quickly.
Okay.
I think the difference is what we have is we've got the District of Muskoka's new floodplain mapping, which identifies the flood elevation on the static flood elevation for Fairy Lake as 286.46 meters above sea level. And I think one of the things we found from our file is a topographic survey, which has contour information and spot elevations on it. So there is a portion of the property that would be above the flood elevation towards the rear, but in a regulatory storm event. So if the worst case or the 100-year storm event or flooding event occurred on and around this watershed, the flood elevation around the dwelling, if it's 285.5, it's about 1.5 meters of flooding. And then if we take into consideration that the deck elevation is 285.80 and the entrance to the house is about the same elevation, what I was suggesting is that this house, that the first floor could have up to 0.66 meters of flooding in it. So that's why I was saying it's a high risk property. And I think the difference that sometimes we hear is it's based on memory of past events, whereas when we look at these flooding modeling, it's based on a model that looks at, what's the rainfall, what's the snow melt, what could happen. And so that's the difference.
Councillor Weep, you satisfied? Okay, thank you for that, Richard. One needs to look at southern Manitoba at the moment just to get a sense of what the future is holding for us. Councillor Fitzgerald, I'm going to, before Councillor Armour, Councillor Fitzgerald, you did have your hand up after. So
I did have my hand up and I lowered my hand. Sorry to confuse you. I didn't have any further questions.
Okay.
Thank you, Chair Alcock.
All right, so Councillor Armour, you have your hand up.
Thank you, Chair Alcock. I think the owner of the property and those who also live close by are all aware of the actual potential of flood in that area. And I think in the one letter it mentioned the 2019 flood and the water did not reach the building. So I'm rather confident that it would be quite a significant rainfall or melt to be able to flood the place. And I believe with the restrictions of being able to rent at that time, then we should be able to cover that and make it safe for everybody at the time.
Okay, so I'm not seeing any other questions, and I heard that there was a proposed amendment. And I think at this point, if Councillor Armour, since you're the one who made reference to it, shall I ask Julie if you have it ready to put up on this? Yeah, that's okay. You see, I couldn't do this without Julie because she reminded me, I have a mover, which is Councillor Armour. Do I have a seconder? And Councillor Fitzgerald is the seconder. And Julie's about to share that proposed amendment on the screen, if everybody would like that. And I think they would. So I'm going to read it. I have a motion moved by Councillor Armour, seconded by Councillor Fitzgerald. It is recommended that the following recommendation. It is recommended that Planning Committee recommend denial of zoning bylaw amendment said 08/2022 HC, purpose and effect of which is to rezone a portion of the property from a natural resource zone to a natural resource with exception zone to permit a short-term rental accommodation as an additional permitted accessory use on the subject lands. Be substituted for the following. It is recommended that Planning Committee recommend approval of zoning bylaw amendment said 08/2022 HD, the purpose and effect of which is to rezone a portion of the property from a natural resource zone to a natural resource with exception zone to permit a short-term rental accommodation as an additional permitted accessory use on the subject lands and apply the following definition of a short-term rental accommodation. For the purpose of this bylaw, a short-term rental accommodation shall mean the commercial use of a single detached dwelling that may be rented for up to 30 consecutive days between May 1st and March 1st of any calendar year as a temporary accommodation, lodging, or occupancy by way of concession permit. Lease, license, rental agreement, or similar arrangement to the period between unless otherwise prohibited by any other bylaw of the town of Huntsville. A short-term rental accommodation may also include a single detached dwelling which is owner occupied and which in which not more than 2 bedrooms are rented for up to 30 consecutive days between May 1st and March 1st of any calendar year as temporary accommodation, lodging, or occupancy by way of concession, permit, lease, license, rental agreement, or similar arrangement, unless otherwise prohibited by this bylaw or any other bylaw of the town of Huntsville. Short-term rental accommodation uses shall not include a tourist establishment, tourist home, tourist camping establishment, or institutional tourist establishment or similar commercial or institutional use. A short-term rental accommodation use must be licensed appropriately within the town of Huntsville, and that the holding provision may be removed and development may proceed upon the Director of Development Services being satisfied that the following has been completed. A revegetation plan is prepared to the satisfaction of the town of Huntsville and implemented through a site plan agreement. And the original shore road allowance in front of the land should be closed and purchased by the applicant or all shoreline structures located on town-owned land, including docking facilities, should be removed at the owner's expense. And that's the end of it, right? Okay, are there questions with respect to the amendment? Yes, Richard would like to comment.
Yes, just to say, so thank you through Madam Chair. So I think we've touched on everything. I would just recommend that we have to change the language slightly just to ensure that it's clear that there's a holding provision being attached to this property. And that's to address the revegetation and the shore road closure.
So we referenced the holding provision, but we just referred to when it could be lifted as opposed to putting a holding condition on. Is that what you're saying? Because we did make reference to it being lifted.
Yeah, so we would just include, after we describe the proposed new zoning, it would be changing it to natural resources holding with exception. And that's the only change.
Okay, so that's great. Julie's going to put it up on the screen. And I have a quick question. Is the timing as far as the blackout period, is that correct? It's 1 month? Is that it? Okay, so look at how fast Julie is. The purpose and effect of which is to rezone a portion of the property from a natural resource zone to a natural resource holding with exception zone to permit a short term. Okay. Does that do it, Richard? You probably drafted. Okay, that's good. And Councillor Wiebe.
Thank you. Can I circle back to that question you just asked about the 1 month exactly? Because I need that. We need to go through that again because that doesn't seem right to me.
It seems a bit short to me, but I think flooding could, perhaps I could get Councillor Armour, you want to respond to that?
Yes, I believe it's for 2 months. So it's all of March and all of April.
Was that March 1st to the end of April? Okay, so it was my mistake, my bad. It looked like 1 month to me. So, and that's in there. That's the way it's worded. Okay. Are there any other questions or comments with respect to this amendment?
If you could just read that once more.
I'm not reading the whole thing. You did that very well, I might add. You know what? I should punish you. Okay. I'm sorry. I'm a bit late and I don't know why. Okay, I don't see any other questions. So with that, I will call the question. All those in favor of this proposed motion? And that carries. That carries. So okay, so Julie's being very kind to me. We're going to put the main motion as amended back up on the screen, and I don't have to read it, but we have to show it. And I need to refer to the fact that we have the main motion as amended on the screen. So, and I need a mover and a seconder for the main motion as amended. Do I have a mover? You can see what? It can be the same apparently. So I'm assuming Councillor Armour will move it and followed by Councillor Fitzgerald seconding. And we're whipping through this. Everybody can read it. This is the main motion as amended. Okay. Everybody have a chance to quickly peruse that. We are voting on that. All those in favor? And that carries. All righty-o. Thank you, everybody, for that and for being prepared with that, allowing staff time to make that amendment. So there we go. Moving right along, we can call Her Worship back to join us with respect to the next item, which is Z09 2022 HT Hutchison, 9 Elm Street. Richard.
Thank you. Through you, Madam Chair, I'll just share my screen. And I'm told you can now see that, so I'll begin. This subject property is located at 9 Elm Street. The property has an approximate area of 3,960 square meters with 52.5 meters of frontage on the eastern bank of the Muskoka River. The property is currently developed with a 70.6 square meter garage, a 9.3 square meter shed, and a 64.8 square meter boathouse with 30.6 square meter attached dock. The lot is designated urban shoreline, urban residential, and zoned residential 1. As boathouses are prohibited in this area of the Muskoka River under the town's zoning bylaw, the existing boathouse is a legal non-conforming use, and the boathouse and garage are also considered legal non-complying structures. Oh, and I misspoke about the designation. It's actually urban shoreline residential. The applicant is proposing to replace the old buildings and structures on site with a new 160 square meter detached garage and a new 100 square meter boathouse with attached 57.8 square meter deck. So you can see the boathouse with deck and the original structures shown, and then you can see the new proposed garage and the original structure shown. To facilitate this development, the application seeks zoning relief to permit the 100 square meter boathouse within a boathouse prohibited area, increase the maximum accessory lot coverage from 5% to 8%, increase the maximum permitted projection for the dock and boathouse from 10 meters to 11.6 meters, and increase the maximum number of enclosed or roofed accessory buildings and structures from 1 to 2 for the boathouse and the detached garage. The boathouse is shown on this slide. Under the policies of the official plan, boathouses are not permitted in the urban shoreline residential designation between the railway bridge crossing of the Muskoka River and the furthest easterly extent of the shoreline residential designation on Fairy Lake. Fully enclosed roofed shoreline structures that project out over the river are prohibited in this high traffic, high density, narrow urban waterway to help control visual impacts, prevent overcrowded conditions, and avoid boating hazards. Expansion of legal non-conforming structures can be deemed to conform to the intent of the official plan if in accordance with identified criteria. Per these criteria, the expansion must be intended to prevent undue hardship. Further, it must be demonstrated that the expansion will not permit any change of use or regulation that will aggravate an existing situation, be incompatible or detrimental to abutting uses, be unreasonable in proportion to the existing use and the land on which it's located, or interfere with the desirable development of adjacent areas. In this instance, it's staff opinion that no hardship appears to exist to warrant an expansion to this non-conforming boathouse. Further, as the boathouse is explicitly prohibited within the design requirements of the official plan to keep compatibility in this area or to achieve compatibility in this area, this development would result in incompatible development and be undesirable. Finally, the expansion could make an existing situation worse from a navigation and overcrowding perspective by reorienting slips outwards into the river and increasing the projection of the structure further in the same direction. These are some elevations and renderings of both the boathouse and the proposed garage, I think comes next. Similar to legal non-conforming structures, expansion to legal non-complying structures may also occur if the criteria of the official plan is met. In consideration of these criteria, the boathouse is not supported because it's with respect to threats to public health and safety, respecting this boathouse, this expansion cannot meet the relevant policies in the official plan as the boathouse is located in a boathouse prohibited area, which is one of the criteria, and that's explicitly, and that's an area explicitly identified in the official plan. Further, the expansion will increase non-compliance for the structure as the boathouse and docks are larger in comparison to what's existing, and this new larger structure will project further into the river than is permitted for even docks in this part of the Muskoka River. A fish habitat assessment was conducted, and in this by Riverstone Environmental Solutions. The fish habitat in front of this property was deemed to be type 2 fish habitat, and the report indicates that with mitigation measures, impacts can be addressed appropriately through site plan control. There was some discrepancy that was observed. So notwithstanding what's in the report, it is noted on the plans contained in the assessment those plans differ than the plans that were submitted in support of the application. This was pointed out to the applicant. The difference is basically some clarity about where the boathouse will be occurring in relation to the shoreline and the potential for dredging or shoreline alteration to facilitate it. So based on this discrepancy, it appears that one of the two slips proposed through this development could potentially intersect with the shoreline. Unfortunately, no detail was identified in the assessment, and we didn't get any follow-up to our request for information or clarity on that. There's no concern from a staff perspective with the garage. So that's just wanted to point that out. And from just so you can see the site photos, this is what the boathouse looks like under the existing condition. This is what the garage looks like. This is an image of the rear of the boathouse. So this is the area where there was some thought that there might be excavation or shoreline alterations. This is the garage looking straight on from Elm Street. And this is a shot of looking north on the Muskoka River with the existing boathouse on the right. The application was circulated in accordance with the provisions of the Planning Act and the Fairy Lake Association. No letters of objection were received, and 5 letters of support have been received. The application, and in staff's view, the application appears not to conform to the policies of the town official plan, nor be consistent with the provincial policy statement. And that's mainly because of that issue around the shoreline alterations. Therefore, staff is recommending that the application be denied. Thank you, and I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
Okay, thanks, Richard. At this point, I will ask if the applicant or the applicant's representative is here and would like to speak to the application.
The applicant or their representative are reminded to use the raise hand button or press *9 to indicate that they would like to address committee. And Chair Alcock, I do see one hand raised by the applicant. However, I do have the owners in the attendees list as well. Would you like them all brought in together?
I think that would be great. That would be marvelous. Thank you.
Perfect. And just a reminder to please have your microphone and video, if possible, turned on before you begin speaking, and to confirm your name and mailing address.
Good afternoon, John P. Gallagher and Associates. With me is Blake Hutchison, as well as Al Shaw, respecting the file. I think Richard has outlined the application well, and I just want to add some more information with respect to that. Is it possible that I can share my screen as well?
I'm sure you can, and someone will be managing that.
So that's just a bit of history on the site, and I hope everyone's had a chance to read Bob Hutchison's letter on the history of this property. You know, these structures, the boathouse and the garage, are about 100 years old. The Hutchison family has had this property for some time, and you know, on this property, we only have 3 structures: a garage, a shed, and a boathouse, and all are in need of dire repair. The boathouse that is there has got to be one of the most photographed items of tourists entering Huntsville. But when Blake asked Carrie Bice and myself to come up with a new plan, he was adamant that we try and match the existing as best as possible, both in the design and in the location. As you're all aware, legal non-conforming structures are allowed to be rebuilt one for one in the exact same location, height, volume, etc. And Blake wanted to, because he was proposing on removing some of the existing docks there, he wanted to be able to provide another slip for his boats. So in looking at the, I'm not going to spend too much time on the garage because staff are supportive of that. It will remove it off the road allowance of Elm Street, and the location where the current garage is existing will act as the driveway into this lot. So I'll kind of try and focus my energy on the boathouse to keep it more brief. One of the items that was raised in the, right, showing that. Can you see that? Can you see that? Yes?
Yes, we can. Sorry, I was on mute.
Sorry. So one of the items that we tried to do in the design was, you can see the existing wall of the boathouse starts here. This is on the side facing the town dock, and it's the dashed area. And there was a dock walkway around the back of it where you see those rocks in the picture. The wall of the boathouse out towards the river is in this location here. And so, yes, we are looking at coming out 4 feet closer, 2 of which is 2 feet, which is wall, and 2 feet, which is these decorative dock areas in front of the boathouse. It's been noted that this is a high traffic area. Again, I think I would ask committee to take into account the length of the boating season for one. Second, this is not a narrow water body as defined under 3.118.8 of the zoning bylaw, which states 30 meters from shore to shore. In this location, we have about 50 meters from shore to shore. One of the items that was raised was with respect to dredging, and in discussions with the designer, there will not be a need to dredge out the property or alter the shoreline. There will be piles driven, and as you can see, there's a 5-foot dock area in behind that would be elevated in this location here, and any motors of the boats would be sitting back in this location here. So there, he's comfortable in saying that there will be no dredging occurring within that area, nor alteration of the shoreline. One of the items that we'd like to do as part of this, and again, trying to make it more in tune with the bylaw, is right now these existing docks are straddling the lot line. And so the new docking location will be pushed back to meet the side yard requirement for that zone. And it, again, keeps the location of the wall in the same general location adjacent the town dock side. We feel that it's a positive visual, it's an asset and not an impact. You know, it will allow for boats to be stored within a structure. And as you're all aware, I mean, when there's a number of situations where docks occur in the river, and you know, with having the boats backing out into the river, there's still ample area to enter and exit safely from the river. Right now, it comes in from the south, which impacts on the existing docking that's already there, which creates more of a aggravated situation. The boathouse and the garage both predate the bylaw by many, many years. And I think the historic value of allowing this boathouse to be rebuilt in the same type of form is a positive for the town of Huntsville. I think, you know, we can address the issue. We have addressed the issue of, you know, the non-dredging there. It will clean it up. You know, the Hutchisons on their property here, there's no dwelling. So overall, the coverage on this site could be, 40%, and we're at 8% of the site combined. And I think that with the plan that's in place, we've got ample vegetation that exists. You saw in the picture from the town dock that tree line behind it, and there's no plans to cut any trees or alter anything in the back of the lands. And part of the purpose of having to get this exception is because, Blake doesn't want to have to build a house on here right now. He's, can use the house next door, which the Hutchisons have done for many years. This will improve upon the situation. It will strengthen the boat house for another 100 years in this location. Again, it also would be built to withstand any flooding events that would happen along the river and with any new construction. The District of Muskoka has provided comments and support and state that the application conforms with the district official plan. And I think the letters of support, both from the surrounding neighbors who this would affect it the most, as well as some of the neighbors across the river, speak to the safety and impact. And I think these people, if they feel they're not going to be impacted by a little bit larger boathouse, then I think that should be taken into account. You'll also notice that the addition, the widening of the boathouse is all directed northerly towards the Hutchison properties. And again, it's a significantly large lot, and the applicants have no plans on doing anything more than what was proposed. I think it meets the official plan, or it's consistent with the provincial policy, by allowing a development in an urban area and a land use pattern that avoids land consumption. This was the other thing, it wasn't mentioned in the report, but staff had asked us to provide a D4 assessment, and Azimuth Consulting was retained in that regard. And as we thought, there was no issues whatsoever based on that Brendel Square landfill site. I think I want to keep it brief because I know you've been at it for a fair bit today. I think Al might want to just have a couple words, and then Blake may want to have a couple words just on a personal level as well. Thank you.
Thank you, John. So Al, are you there? And maybe you could stop sharing your screen. That would be great. Thank you, John. All right, Al, over to you.
Thank you, Chair Alcock. And I forgot to do this before. Al Shaw is my name. I'm with Riverstone Environmental. Our address is 47 Quebec Street in Bracebridge, P1L2A5. Through Mr. Gallagher, Riverstone was hired to do an assessment of the property, focusing on the area of the garage and proposed new garage, as well as primarily around the boathouse related to fish habitat. We went out on a couple of occasions actually and looked at along the shoreline of the property and concluded that it was most appropriately characterized as type 2 fish habitat. I don't believe there was a historic characterization, as there is in many areas on the lakes and rivers in Muskoka. I don't believe there was a former classification through the Ministry of Natural Resources. The shoreline was pretty typical, the odd rock here and there and some cobble, a couple of sprigs of aquatic vegetation along the way, but nothing dense enough or a large enough area that would be considered suitable for spawning habitat for some of the fish that use aquatic vegetation for spawning. So we were quite comfortable characterizing the whole shoreline of the property as type 2, and therefore the placement of the boathouse, particularly right on top of where it already sits, certainly wasn't we wouldn't think would be an issue at all. One of the things that's been brought up is it started with Richard in his material and the written material as well, and then John brought it up as the issue of dredging. And I don't know if I think maybe the idea of dredging here is sort of confusing things a little bit. Dredging is very specific in my world. Dredging is very specific, where you're using mechanical means to excavate the lake bottom for the sole purpose of making it deeper. And as committee and council know, this does happen around the Muskoka Lakes, where people have boathouses or docks that have filled in over time, maybe sediments accumulating, or maybe it was just built in the wrong place in the first place. But and they apply for dredging permits through the Ministry of Natural Resources or Department of Fisheries and Oceans in order to make the water deeper. In this case, that is not happening. There's no need. As I believe Mr. Gallagher pointed out earlier, the orientation of the boat slips is going to be out into the water as opposed to parallel to the shoreline as it is now. So the rear end of the boat will be out further in the water, and there's plenty of water depth for boats to be parked nose right into the shoreline, as a matter of fact, and still have enough water depth in behind to support the motor, whether it be an inboard, outboard, or an fully outboard motor. So the dredging is not a thing, or not a requirement of this project for any means. Richard also mentioned not just dredging, but also manipulation of the shoreline. And I had a long conversation, and I have to apologize, Richard, I didn't realize that you were possibly waiting for some clarification from me, or I would have provided that. So hopefully this will make up for that. I had a long conversation with the designer, Mr. Bice, and I believe he's hanging out in this meeting if need be. But we had a nice long conversation about how this thing would be built and what is needed. And the modern technology is fantastic for construction. It's basically going to be built on piles, and those piles can be either driven into the land or also in the water with the structure put on top of that. So there's no cutting out of the land. There's no dredging of the lake bottom of any kind. It is piles, structure on top of that. So inside the boathouse, Mr. Gallagher appropriately pointed out that there is sort of the corner of the land, or the land does go through the corner of the boathouse, but it's on a spot where the decking is going to be inside, and then it's all water out from there in the boat slip. So just to ease everybody's mind, there's no digging out of the shoreline, and there's also no dredging in the water at all. The only thing that may happen is that currently the boathouse has cribs underneath, and the new structure will be on piles. So this happens quite often when a new boathouse is built over top of older structures, that the removal of the crib underneath may have to happen. And that can be done in ways that doesn't need a permit, where you tie rope or chain around the crib structure and pull it out from the shoreline, or if it's being done from a barge, it can be done that way. And we will obviously go to the MNRF and just make sure that a permit isn't needed in order to do that, particularly if the rock piles from the crib structures are tall and need to be spread out along the bottom for some additional fish habitat. I think that's all I have to say, and I'm certainly going to hang out if anybody on the committee or council has any questions.
Thank you very much, Alan. I'm sure it's good that you're hanging out, and because there may be a question or two. And I believe, John, did you say one of the Hutchison? Blake, you'd like to say something? Okay.
I'll say a few quick words. And I know by the way, it's been a fun afternoon. I don't envy your position. I've been listening all afternoon, and so good work, and thank you for your significant contributions, all of you. So I'm 61 as of yesterday. I happen to be I'm up north now with COVID, and so go figure, it was my turn. And I grew up on this property. My grandfather lived there. I spent every Sunday there my entire life, where we'd have lunch and dinner, and my brothers and I played lacrosse against that garage. I still play lacrosse for Huntsville in the summers. And from high school on, I've been made my career in Toronto and elsewhere. And I've always had a hope and dream to go back to that community at some point. And Dad's been good enough to hold 9 and 11 Elm in the family, hoping one of his children would show up with both an interest and an ability to go preserve it to its former self. And it's just been a dream of mine my entire life. And so this has just happened recently that we've been able to put it into my name. And my ambitions are very honorable. They're to fix these two structures and then to someday fix the home to the left, which is why the density is small for this site, because I'd like to keep both sites for the same purpose over time. And I grew up, my grandfather had an old Chrysler car in that garage. I'd love to do the same thing. And he had an old wooden boat in that boathouse, and I'd love to do the same thing. And I'd like to make it what it used to be for the community. So when we tried to look at the boathouse, because I know that's the focus, I love the sight lines. I want to use the same building materials. I want to make it look as though it's existed. Frankly, the look today isn't becoming, as you know. And so that, I think we're actually doing a service by fixing it to its proper state. It's slightly larger, but modern boats are slightly bigger. We try to actually keep it to the absolute minimum to honor the points that the planning department have suggested. And so that's all. It's a modest structure. It's a modest ask, I hope. We're being honorable. We're sticking with the family tradition. I hope to grow old there with a lot of you, and we'd ask for your favorable consideration.
Thank you very much for your comments, all of you. And at this point, I will ask if there are members of the public who would like to speak to this application. And I should say, if you could all turn off your video and turn on your mute, that would be great, but please hang out for the rest of this item. Thank you.
Members of the public are reminded to use the raise hand button or press *9 to indicate that they would like to address committee. And Chair Alcock, I see no hands raised.
Thanks very much, Madeline. Okay, with that then, we do have the motion that Richard referred to, so I will read it. It is the motion that was in our package. It has been moved by Councillor Fitzgerald, seconded by Councillor Stone. It is recommended that Planning Committee recommend denial of zoning bylaw amendment Z09-2022 HT, the purpose and effect of which is to rezone the property from a residential 3 zone to a residential 3 with exception zone 2. Permit expansion to an existing boathouse with attached dock within a boathouse prohibited area. Increase the maximum permitted accessory lot coverage from 5% to 8%. Increase the maximum permitted projection for a dock and boathouse from 10 meters to 11.6 meters, and increase the maximum number of enclosed or roofed accessory buildings and structures from 1 to 2 for a 100 square meter boathouse and a 160 meter square detached garage. So with that, I will ask if there are questions or comments, and I'm sure there are many from committee, starting with Councillor Wiebe. Right out of the gate, and followed by her worship. Mayor.
Thank you, Chair. I'll keep it quick. As with anyone, I think the focus here really is on the boathouse. I don't know if anyone has an issue with the garage. I think that there'd be a welcome change. I struggle a little with the increase, the projection out, and the increase in size. I know it seems small or insignificant, but I do think that it really is changing it's changing the traffic and the way things would operate there. So I struggle with that. I would be in favor if it was kept exactly as is in terms of size and orientation with a single slip. I could get my head around that because it was there, but changing it around, I'm struggling with. So unless I hear something really compelling from committee, that's where I'm gonna be landing on this one. Thanks.
Okay, thank you for that. Your worship.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I actually thought that I could make this really quick and maybe cut to the chase and have less conversation. But for me, and after reading the report and talking to Richard, I asked him to prepare a amendment. The only issues to me are the dredging and the shoreline altercations, and it seems that that has been addressed. It would have been really nice if it had been addressed beforehand, because the recommendation might have been different had we known what we know now then. The size, the extension of about 4 feet out into the river doesn't concern me as much as Councillor Wiebe because of the orientation of it. It kind of fits in on the shoreline a bit. And the reason I really know that is I'm fortunate enough to have one of those very famous pictures of that boathouse hanging in my office. And if we approve this, then I plan to get a famous picture of the new one to hang beside it. But I'm a pretty strong believer in the grandfather clause. It's there now, and I realize our zoning bylaws change, but I'm okay with the replacement, and I think the increase in size is fairly minimal. So I did ask for a resolution to be prepared, an amendment to approve with the dredging issue addressed, holding until the dredging is addressed, but I find that that is no longer required. So I would be prepared to move the amendment to approve it with the exceptions as written in the denial. Thank you.
Okay, appreciate that. And we'll go to that after the other comments. And I think Councillor Fitzgerald was next, followed by Councillor Armour.
We're all over it today, Chair Alcock. Thank you.
Am I that sober?
Yeah,
Oh,
I believe I was next. You got me, even broke a tie once today. So you're doing great. Thank you. And I tend to agree with Mayor Terziano's comments. You know, to put a grandfathered boathouse in that exact location and have the docks that are, you know, grandfathered to, or some of them, like, it doesn't make any sense to me. I think it's kind of a flagship property on the river. And I would be happy to second the motion to approve it.
okay, thank you for that. Councillor Armour.
Thank you, Chair Alcock. Just basically echoing the same thing. Being an avid boater of our lakes in this area, I've gone through there numerous times, and I don't think coming out 4 feet more is going to make it any more treacherous through there. It's quite wide, actually, when you come into that part of the river. You get all the paddle boats and kayakers come to the area from the Algonquin outfitters, so it's I'm quite okay with it, and I think it's going to look amazing with a nice little new boathouse sitting there. So I would echo the sentence.
Okay, thank you for that. And Councillor Stone, Councillor Fitzgerald, your hand is still up. I just thought I'd let you know, but Councillor Stone, over to you.
So I was feeling the same way as Councillor Wiebe, actually. I struggled with it because, you know, you're not supposed to have a boathouse. We don't allow it on the river at all. And this one is grandfathered. I understand that. So again, I'm struggling. Now that there's not going to be much disturbance in order to make this new one, I'm wavering, but I just wanted to voice my opinion that, you know, we're not supposed to have it at all. They can build what is existing already, but I have to acknowledge that the expansion really is modest. So I'll probably go along with it.
Okay, all right. Thank you for your comments, Councillor Stone. I think everybody has commented. I just, before we show the amendment, and Julie, you'll probably put that up on the screen in a minute, I wanted to concur that it is one of the most photographed, that boathouse. I remember my deceased husband, when we moved up here finally, I think that was one of the first photographs that he took, and he was a real photographer. And it was a beautiful one. But I also wanted to say I appreciate the attention to detail in the replacement. And And I concur with a lot of the comments that have been made. So I think, Julie, are you putting the amendment up? And so we have the mover is Mayor Terziano, and the seconder was Councillor Fitzgerald. I did read the original. Yeah. I did read the original, I believe. Yes, I did. I'm sure I did. Okay, perfect. So the motion before us has been moved by Mayor Terziano, seconded by Councillor Fitzgerald. It is recommended that the Planning Committee recommend approval of zoning bylaw amendment Z09/2022 HT, the purpose and effective, which is to rezone the property from residential 3 zone to a residential 3 with exception zone 2, permit expansion to an existing boathouse with attached dock within a boathouse prohibited area, increase the maximum permitted accessory lot coverage from 5 to 8%, increase the maximum permitted projection for a dock and boathouse from 10 meters to 11.6 meters, and increase the maximum number of enclosed or roofed accessory buildings and structures from 1 to 2 for a 100 square meter boathouse and a 160 square meter detached garage. I guess I didn't have to read the whole thing again, but I did. So are there any questions with respect to that? I know a couple of councillors had some reservations. Are there any further comments or questions around that? I'm not seeing any. So I will call the question on the proposed amendment. All those in favor? That carries. All those opposed? Okay. That carries for sure. So is that fine? Do I have to? Okay. Okay, so I just need to verbally ask all those in favor of the main motion, which you just saw as amended. All those in favor as amended, and that carries. That apparently satisfied Ms. Julie. So there we go. That one is done. Thank you for all of the thoughtful comments on that, everybody. So moving right along, the next one up is, thank you, Richard. We're moving along to Kelsey with Z40 2021 HT and B63 2021 DeCourcy 72 Center Street South.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll just prepare my screen. I believe everyone's able to see that. Yep. Perfect. Well, good afternoon, everyone, and thank you, Madam Chair. Through you, the subject property is located at 72 Center Street South. The lot is designated urban residential within settlement area and is zoned residential 3 with exception 0417. The application has been proposed to rezone the south portion of the property from residential 3 zone with exception 0417 to residential 2 zone to permit the creation of a new residential lot. The north portion of the property is proposed to be rezoned from the residential 3 exception zone to an amended exception zone to accommodate the creation of the lot to permit a maximum of 5 dwelling units and reduce the rear yard setback from 10 meters to 6.2 meters for the 2-story dwelling unit. So here just illustrates the relieved setback, and here illustrates the separate lot to be created. The property is currently zoned residential 3 exception 0417, which permits a maximum of 4 residential units, 5 meter southerly side yard setback, and requires a 3 meter vegetative buffer along the southerly lot line. The severance will reduce the existing 5 meter interior side yard setback. So the rezoning is required to address this for the new lot. Additionally, the initial proposal that was proposed in 2019 was to have 2 units in the detached garage, to have a total of 6 units, the fourplex and in the garage. But now the garage here will be removed. And then the detached building will be in this corner as illustrated in the last slide. So we'll be changing from 6 units to 5 units, so reducing. The proposed lot will conform with the R2 requirements in the zoning bylaw. The proposal is also in keeping with the character of the low density residential development in this area and is appropriately serviced. The proposed retained and severed lot also conform with the lot density requirements noted in the OP. The application was circulated in accordance to the Planning Act. The district had no objections to the application. Building did provide comments, and we're requiring that there'd be an engineered retaining wall along the north boundary of the property line to support this new building as a part of their submission, also requiring an engineered stormwater management plan. In view of the foregoing application, it would appear to conform with the intent of the official plan and with the provincial policy statement. Therefore, staff are recommending approval. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Kelsey, and for being brief. Much appreciated. And also that new technique with the arrows, that's really cool too. That helps visually very much. So with that, I would ask if the applicant is here, would like to speak to this application.
The applicant or their representative are reminded to use the raise hand button or press *9 to indicate that they would like to address committee. And Chair Alcock, I do see one hand raised by the applicant, and I'll bring them into the meeting if that's okay.
Thank you. Welcome, Sabas.
Good afternoon, members of the committee. My name is Sabas Fernandez of Plan Muskoka, PO Box 534, Huntsville, Ontario, P1H2K7. I'm here representing Mr. DeCourcy as his agent and professional planner on this matter. As you guys have already heard from the planning department, the details of the application, I'll try not to reiterate what they've already said, but I'll just add a few points. I think most of you probably remember this one from 2019 when it was rezoned to permit a fourplex, and as Kelsey has stated, 2 additional units in a garage structure that was proposed for the sort of front corner of the property. All this really seeks to do is, I guess Mr. DeCourcy had a sort of a change in heart in terms of the way he wants to develop this property. And instead of doing the 2 units where the garage is going to go, he's going to demolish the garage, cut off a lot that meets the R2 standard, so that part of the property gets rezoned down from R3 special to just straight R2 to permit that, and then build 1 additional unit on the sort of back corner of the property. And the result is still a similar amount of units as was proposed before, just sort of in a different format. So what you end up with is a retained lot that meets the density requirements still of the R3 zone, but the R3 zone was a special zone, so it needed some exceptions and some changes to make it comply with the current development proposal that you see in front of you here today. And of course, like as I mentioned, the lot being cut off needs to be down zone from R3 to R2, and that would permit a single family detached dwelling. So you really don't have anything sort of grossly being offended by this application. You do have a slight exception for the setbacks, and you have some changes made to the resulting R3 zone. But like as I stated, the density requirements still permit the amount of units being proposed. So really there isn't any much change from what was previously proposed on this property to what's being proposed now. In terms of the comments that were received by the building department, I believe this proposal would have to be subject to a site plan amendment to implement the proposed zoning or the proposed development on the retained lands. As a result of that, I'm sure the engineered retaining wall details and the revised stormwater management report would have to be provided as part of that as well. So I think those two matters will be dealt with at that point in time. And yeah, so I don't really have anything else to add. If any have any questions that I could be happy to answer. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Sabas. With that, I will ask if there are any members of the public who would like to speak to this application.
Members of the public are reminded to use the raise hand button or press *9 to indicate that they would like to address committee. And Chair Alcock, I see no hands raised.
Thank you very much, Madeline. Okay, with that, then I will read the motion. I have a motion moved by Councillor Stone, seconded by Councillor Fitzgerald. It is recommended that Planning Committee recommend approval of zoning bylaw amendment Z40 2021 HT, the purpose and effect of which is to rezone the property from a residential 3 zone with exception 0417 to a residential 2 zone to permit the creation of 1 new residential lot and a residential 3 with amended exception 0417, amended zone 2, permit a maximum of 5 dwelling units and reduce the rear setback from 10 meters to 6.2 meters for a 2-story dwelling unit only. And with that, I would ask if there are any questions or comments from committee. Doing the quick once through, and I'm not seeing any, so I'm calling the question. All those in favor? And that carries unanimously. Thanks very much, Sabas.
Thank you.
All right, moving right along to the next one, and that's back to you, Kelsey. Was it 03-2022 HT and B 05-2022 HT PECA 1288 North Mary Lake Road.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll just share my screen. I believe everybody's able to see that. So thank you, Madam Chair. Through you, the subject property is located at 1288 North Mary Lake Road. The lot is designated rural and is zoned rural. Is designated rural and is zoned rural 1. Sorry about that. The purpose and effect of this application is to rezone the subject land from rural 1 to rural residential to permit the creation of 1 rural residential lot, as you see here. The lot is to be severed and have an area of approximately 2 hectares and 134 meters of road frontage on North Mary Lake Road. The retained lands would have an area of approximately 20.8 hectares and 800, not 80, meters of frontage on Mary Lake Road. The rural designation anticipates single detached dwellings located on large lots which front on existing year-round maintained publicly owned roads. The minimum requirements for new rural residential lots is 2 hectares and 134 meters of road frontage on a municipally maintained road. Therefore, the proposal conforms with the official plan provisions. There are steep slope areas, and in addition to wildland fire hazard and wetlands shown on the property in the natural constraints mapping. Based on a site visit, the development envelope would not appear to be impacted by the steep slope areas. However, we did ask for a wildland fire assessment and scoped environmental impacts assessment to delineate the wetlands. But there wasn't a wildland fire assessment provided. However, the applicant has agreed to implement the fire smart guidelines from the province on the severed lands. The holding provision is recommended to require the proponent to submit a satisfactory wildland fire assessment to ensure these guidelines are implemented. As a wetland study was also not provided. However, the applicant did provide a proposed development envelope that was set back from the wetland and water courses on the north portion of the property, as you can see illustrated here in our zone. As the setback has not been confirmed by a biologist or delineated, the holding provision is also recommended to require the proponent to conduct an appropriate field verification of the constraints to ensure that the 30-meter setback is being met and to be implemented through site plan control. The application was circulated in accordance with the Planning Act. And I'll just show you, this is the cleared area that's already been cleared for the proposal. The district also did provide comments for the application. District staff would not object to the proposal, provided that the town is satisfied that the development of the lands will not negatively impact the identified natural heritage features and their functions. The application would appear to conform with the intent of the official plan and be consistent with the provincial policy statement, and therefore staff are recommending approval. I'd be happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you, Kelsey. That's great. At this point, I would ask if the applicant is here or the applicant's representative, and would they like to speak to this proposal? Oops, you know what? Madeline, you're on mute.
Sorry, thank you.
That's okay.
The applicant or their representative are reminded to use the raise hand button or press *9 to indicate that they would like to address committee. And Chair Alcock, I do see one hand raised, so I will bring them in now.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you. Just a reminder to please have your microphone and video on if possible, and please confirm your name and mailing address before addressing committee.
Aha.
See you. Okay.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair and committee. Wayne Simpson and Associates, 3-76 King William Street, Huntsville, P1H1E4. Here is the agent for Henry and Elizabeth Pekka, who own the farm property on North Mary Lake Road. We accept the recommendations and the conditions that Kelsey's put forward. We believe it'll be a simple matter to have a biologist attend the property in the spring to look at the edge of this wetland feature, which is a very expansive area of tag alters and other things. I guess it's right beside the town road. I don't know if that road floods, but I suspect it might at times. But anyway, it's a large, expansive wetland area. But looking at the vegetation ourselves, and we're confident that there's plenty of room for a building envelope that's already been cleared a bit on the property already. So we'll have a biologist go out there and confirm that to make sure that there's no encroachment into the wetland area in any way of the buffer. We think there's plenty of room. The wildland fire assessment as well is something we'll ask the biologist to review and comment on. This is I don't know how frustrated the staff are with this wildfire assessment thing. I just wanted to share with committee my concern that the province, Ontario is a big place, and when the Ontario government generates a wildfire assessment map and puts it out, here's the map, and then as you zero in on it and keep blowing it up, and you end up with these pixels. The pixels the size of a football stadium or something, and these big square blocks. And you really have to question, how accurate they are relative to, properties like this one. I don't think that they're necessarily intended to be used at this sort of micro level or this level of planning, but it is what it is. And so I'm hoping that as time goes by, the committee and staff might be able to use some judgment to, just by doing some site investigation themselves, as they get more and more familiar with the requirements under the legislation, that maybe fewer of these things will be required going forward. But my client was a little caught off guard because he has a buyer for the property, and they've come to an agreement and understanding on everything. And then we start talking to them about, by the way, you need to do this kind of study, and that sort of thing. So it's a bit of a frustration for everybody involved. But I do appreciate Kelsey's work on this. She's devoted quite a bit of time, and she's been out to the site, and I think Madeline went out as well. So we just hope that the committee will approve the consent and the zoning application as presented, and we thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Wayne. I appreciate your comments about the frustration around wildland fire assessment. With that, I will ask if there are any members of the public who would like to speak to this application.
Members of the public are reminded to use the raise hand button or press *9 to indicate that they would like to address committee. And Chair Alcock, I see no hands raised.
Thanks very much, Madeline. Okay, with that, I will move to the main motion and read it. It has been moved by Councillor Wiebe, seconded by Mayor Terziano. It is recommended that Planning Committee recommend approval of zoning bylaw amendment Z03-2022 HT, the purpose and effect of which is to rezone the subject lands from rural 1 zone to a rural residential holding zone with the following exception: to permit the creation of 1 new rural residential lot, notwithstanding any provisions of zoning bylaw 2008-66P as amended. Development shall be set back a minimum of 30 meters from the boundaries of any wetland or watercourse within or adjacent to the lands. Said wetland boundaries to be identified and delineated by a biologist. The holding H provision may be removed and development may proceed upon the Director of Development Services being satisfied that the following has been completed: the wetland boundaries have been appropriately identified by a qualified biologist, the submission of an approved wildland fire assessment, and a site plan agreement has been entered into with the town and registered on title, implementing any recommendations contained within the wildland fire assessment and biologist report. Are there any questions or comments from committee? I don't see any, none. So with that, I am going to call the question. All those in favor? And that carries unanimously. Thank you, everybody, for that. And back to you, Kelsey, with the next item, Z05-2022 HT and B07-10-2022 Menard, 27 Hoodstown Road.
Thank you. I'll just share my screen again. Sound like a broken record, sorry. Okay, great. I believe everyone can see that. Thank you, Madam Chair. Through you, the subject property is located at 27 Hoodstown Road. The lot is designated rural and waterfront and is zoned rural 2 with exception 0870. The purpose and effect of the application is to rezone a portion of the subject land from rural 2 with the exception to shoreline residential 4. The rezoning would enable 2 lot additions to the benefiting lands at 105 and 1217 Butler Lane, which are currently zoned shoreline residential 4. A new rural lot is also proposed to be created and would be rezoned from rural 2 with exception 0870 to rural 1 with exception, as well as the retained lot. The proposed severed and retained lots conform with the lot creation requirements of the official plan. The proposed lot additions will also be merged with existing lots of record. So just to illustrate, so that's the lot to be severed. And these are the 2 lot additions. So that's Butler's Lane, Ravenscliff is here, and then Hoodstown Road is at the top. So the existing zoning states the minimum rear yard requirement shall be 400 meters. The land proposed for the lot additions will be rezoned shoreline residential 4 to be in conformity with the benefiting lands, as well as with the waterfront designations. Rezoning the retained lands and severed lots to rural 1 will also be more reflective of the rural character, which is positioned away from the shoreline. And in light of the proposed lot additions, will achieve the same effect with the greater setbacks. So those two lots will be further oriented this way and these ones, so that exception is no longer needed. Natural constraints mapping shows steep slope areas and deer wintering habitat stratum 2 on the property. The proposed lot and lot additions are located out of the steep slope areas. As a result, these are not a concern. To ensure the protection of deer wintering habitat, an exception has been added to impose site plan control and to implement adequate vegetation retention measures. The application was circulated in accordance with the Planning Act. A letter of objection was received. The commenter raised concerns about environmental impacts on the severance on deer wintering habitat. Staff are of the opinion that the severance will not have adverse effects on deer wintering habitat. However, an exception has been put into place to implement site plan control to ensure tree retention for deer wintering habitat. The district also provided comments and noted that appropriate development control measures should be used to conserve valuable conifer thermal cover for deer feeding areas and movement corridors, and that those should be implemented. The district has no other objections provided their conditions are met. The application would appear to conform with the intent of the official plan and be consistent with the provincial policy statement, and therefore staff are recommending approval. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Kelsey. Is the applicant here or the applicant's representative, and would they like to speak to the application?
So Chair Alcock, I can confirm that I do have the agent here. So I will bring them into the meeting now.
Thank you.
And just a reminder to please have your microphone and video on if possible, and please confirm name and mailing address before addressing committee.
Thanks.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair and members of the committee. My name is Kevin Jars. I'm a senior planner with Tulloch Engineering. Address is 1942 Regent Street, Unit L, Sudbury, Ontario, P3E 5V5. I am acting as agent on the application for the rezoning and the three consent applications that are in front of you today. Also, just not to reiterate, of course, what Kelsey has already outlined for this application. But very briefly, the application is to rezone both lands that are being severed for the benefit of lot addition to two properties to the south of the existing parent parcel, and to allow for the severance of one new lot, as has already been described. We view very largely that the rezoning to enable the new lot is quite technical in nature, owing to the fact that it is dealing with an existing exception to the rural 2 zone for that 400 meters rear yard setback, which is now no longer applicable or necessary, given that in fact the rear yard of the retained and the severed parcel will now be pushed further away from the shoreline. And of course, the rezoning aspect of the lot additions is just to ensure that split zoning does not occur as a result of the transfer of the portion of land that's proposed for the lot addition. We concur, of course, with the conditions and comments that have been made by the district and the municipality and municipal staff, and we appreciate the support through the staff recommendation. With regard to the letter of concern that was submitted, as Kelsey's already outlined, site plan control will be applied to the new lot that is currently vacant and proposed for creation. And through that site plan control process, appropriate vegetation retention measures will be taken, including the siting of the actual development itself, if and when it occurs in the future. With that, of course, I'm available for any questions, but just wanted to express our gratitude to the committee for your time today, and appreciate again the support from staff that we've received on this application.
Thank you very much, Mr. Jars. And stay with us in case there's a question. Perfect. With that, I would ask if there are any members of the public who would like to speak to this application.
Members of the public are reminded to use the raise hand button or press *9 to indicate that they would like to address committee. And Chair Alcock, I see no hands raised.
Thanks so much, Madeline. All right, with that, I am moving on to our main motion. It has been moved by Councillor Armour, seconded by Councillor Wiebe. It is recommended that Planning Committee recommend approval of zoning bylaw amendment Z05-2022 HD, the purpose and effect of which is to rezone a portion of the subject lands from a rural 2 zone with exception 0870 to a shoreline residential 4 zone to facilitate 2 lot additions to abutting lots, and to a rural 1 zone with the following exception to permit the creation of 1 new rural residential lot. The lot shall be subject to site plan control, and no site alteration shall be permitted until a site plan agreement has been entered into with the town and registered on title. Okay, I've read that. And are there any questions or comments from committee with respect to this? Seeing none, I will call the question. All those in favor? And that carries unanimously. Thank you again, Kelsey, and everyone involved. We are going to move to our last item in the public meeting portion of this meeting. And it's back to you, Kelsey, Z07, 2022 HC Schultz, 18 Peters Road.
Thank you. I'm just gonna again prepare my screen. Great. I believe you can see that. Through you, Madam Chair, the subject property is located at 18 Peters Road. The lot is designated rural and is zoned residential 2. The zoning amendment would change the zoning from residential 2 to residential 2 with exception to recognize the existing non-complying triplex. The subject's lands are within the town of Huntsville urban settlement area. The build-up area within the town of Huntsville settlement area, which includes the subject lands, is to be the main target for intensification. Development within this area is to be compact in form, appropriately sized, and sited in the context of the surroundings. A range of housing options should also be provided, subject to servicing constraints and considering smart value housing priorities. In this instance, the existing triplex is low profile residential building that matches the scale of the built form of the surrounding single detached dwellings. The urban residential designation permits higher density development along various other housing options, with a gross density for low density residential development set at between 15 and 25 units per gross hectare. The gross density proposed in this instance is approximately 43 units per gross hectare. However, it is noticed that the development is intended to provide smart value or attainable housing options, and this higher density might be appropriate in consideration of this community benefit. The applicant works with community living to provide attainable housing for members of the community. Therefore, with the community benefit, staff are supportive of recognizing this increased density. The application was circulated in accordance with the Planning Act. Letters of support, I believe 3, were provided to committee prior to today's meeting. CN, because it is in the subject area of CN circulation, they were provided comment and they recommended conditions be inserted into all development agreements. As this is not a development agreement required at this time, the applicant has been advised to contact CN regarding any easements, and if future development agreements are triggered, staff would then implement the conditions at that point. Building provided comment indicating that the conversion of the attached garage was intended for an independent suite and was not completed under a building permit, and historic documents through the fire department note that the intent was an in-law suite. The applicant and designer should be in touch with building to rectify the situation. District was also circulated and had no objections to the proposal. The application would appear to conform with the intent of the official plan and be consistent with the provincial policy statement, and therefore staff are recommending approval. Thank you.
Thanks, Kelsey. Is the applicant here or the applicant's representative? And if so, would they like to speak to the application?
Chair Alcock, I do have both the applicant and the owner with their raised hands. Would you like me to bring them in?
Please.
Excuse me. Good afternoon, John P. Gallagher and Associates, and I'm here with the owners, Catherine and Harry. I think Kelsey has outlined the application quite well. This has been a triplex for some time. My clients actually purchased the property as 3 units. And when they went to update their insurance, no one could find proof of insurance or a building permit for the 3rd unit, which was within the garage, the old garage area. And as Kelsey had mentioned, there was a Huntsville inspection report done in 1997 on the property, and it was referred to as a multi-unit dwelling back then. And so in an effort to legalize the use and deal with the situation, staff had requested that we obtain a rezoning for the property. My clients have a great working relationship with Community Living Huntsville, and as part of the application, they've provided a letter from Community Living, and the property itself, or that the fact of having that Community Living smart housing, it is a community benefit. I've been in touch with one of the representatives of Community Living Huntsville, and I've given her my word that I would talk with other developers who are doing apartments so that they can be made aware of the situation through Community Living. They have a number of different programs available for tenants and landlords in that regard. The built form is existing. I think most of the houses on the street are of a similar type, and most have filled in their garage as additional living space. The proximity to the downtown core is quick. The Huntsville Transit stop is right across Main Street West there. And the neighbors had provided letters of support for the application. And as I had said, it had been occurring on the site for many years. I did speak with the previous owner of the site as well, and he said he had 3 units on there as well. It's all fully serviced by municipal water and sewer. We're not proposing any additions to the building, just mainly a building permit. Lauren Spivak is working on the drawings to satisfy the building department with regards to safety and fire code and building code issues. And subject to the application being approved, we would apply for that building permit. I don't know if my clients want to just say a few short words. I know you're pressed for time, and I apologize because most of it's my time.
So thank you, John. Would the Schultzes like to say anything or?
Sure, yes. I'd like to thank you for John for all your work and for helping us to have the town recognize our investment. Yeah, and we're just very happy to be able to work with Community Living. As previous Rotarians, we know Community Living through the Rotary Club and Susan Willett, who's the director there. And it was part of why we bought the place, to be able to support people in the town who are similar to me, that have special needs. And yeah, just very grateful for the process. So I just want to thank the council.
I just want to say thank you for appearing today and being part of this application. So with that, I do have a responsibility. I have to ask if there are members of the public who would like to speak to this application. So stay with us just in case there's a question from committee. Thank you. So
Members of the public are reminded to use the raise hand button or press *9 to indicate that they would like to address committee. And Chair Alcock, I see no hands raised.
Thank you so much for all you're doing today, Madeline. Thank you. So I do have a motion moved by Councillor Stone, seconded by Councillor Armour. It is recommended that Planning Committee recommend approval of zoning bylaw amendment Z07-2022 HT, the purpose and effect of which is to change the zoning from a residential 2 zone to a residential 2 with exception zone to recognize an existing non-conforming triplex. With that, are there any questions or comments from committee? Seeing none, I will call the question. All those in favor of this? And that carries unanimously. I think, Councillor Armour, I wasn't sure what was happening there, but I think it is. So thank you. That carries unanimously.
Thank you.
And thank you for coming in. So with that, that concludes our public portion of this meeting. Now that all comments have been received, I declare these public meetings respecting the above applications to be concluded. We will now move to the non-public portion of the meeting. If the applicant or their agent wishes to make comments regarding their application, oh, my apologies, that I wish that line should be elsewhere. The public meeting is concluded. And before we go into the reports from municipal officers, I need a 5-minute break. So it is 4:40. Can we reconvene at 4:45? Thanks. Okay, welcome back, everybody. Before we get to the next reports from municipal officers, because as everybody knows, we have a council meeting at 6 o'clock tonight, and we have an additional 5 items on our agenda, and we've been advised that we have to adjourn this meeting no later than 5:30. So we need to, before we adjourn this meeting, we need to, if we don't get through all 5, which I think it's unlikely we will, then we need to figure out when we can meet again to complete this meeting. So I think we're going to need at least 5 minutes to figure out when we can meet again. So all I want to say is that we'll continue, and that at some point after 5, whenever I feel like we need to do that, we're going to do that. Okay? Does that make sense? Hopefully. All right. So let's proceed with our first item, and that is SPA 59-2021 HT and B 62-2021 HT, 48 West Elliott Street and 169 Main Street West. Richard.
Thank you. Through you, Madam Chair. I'll just start sharing my screen. Okay, so the subject properties are located at 48 West Elliott Street and 169 Main Street West. The lands have an approximate area of 7,131 meters squared and would be accessed off West Elliott Street on a private road. This is West Elliott Street. The lands are zoned residential 4 with exception 0759 and Main Street West mixed use area, and are designated urban residential and mixed use in the official plan. The site plan application is for the construction of a 21 unit, 3-block townhouse condominium development that would be accessed off of West Elliott Street, as I said. The concurrent consent application is to grant a 204 meter square, 6 meter wide easement over 169 Main Street West, which is located approximately here, in favor of lands at 48 West Elliott Street. The purpose of the easement is to provide a connection to municipal sanitary and storm sewers located along Main Street West, which will facilitate the proposed 21 unit townhouse development. In 2016, a zoning bylaw amendment was approved to facilitate this development. A draft plan of subdivision, file S 2015-7, was also approved along with a common element condominium description application, file C2C 2015-6. These are some elevation drawings to illustrate what the townhouse units would look like. So block A is here, B is here, and block C is on the western boundary. So block A, block B, and block C. The development and easement needed to facilitate it would appear to meet the relevant official plan policies and be consistent with the provincial policy statement, provided some minor comments respecting the site plan application are addressed. Elevation plans should be revised to suitably demonstrate height compliance by adding height measurements taken from the average finish grade for each unit to the midpoint of the roof. The District of Muskoka's Environment and Public Works Department provided comments indicating no major concerns exist with this proposal, but provided comments respecting the provision of municipal water services, which are to be extended to a water meter in a heated, locked utility room with an external entrance. And the plans would need to be revised accordingly to address this requirement. Town building staff has indicated a potential concern relating to fire access and requested detailed designs for private road elevations to ensure the gradient proposed can accommodate access by emergency vehicles. No other comments or objections have been received to date. As you can see on the landscape plan, there's a robust planting scheme and a community park. The site photos show the site from various vantages. And this is where the easement would connect from the proposed development down to Main Street. So this application appears to conform with the official plan and be consistent with the provincial policy statement, and staff are recommending approval of the site plan application, subject to conditions to address outstanding matters noted in the report, and any requested revisions from relevant review agencies. And I thank you, and if you have any questions, I'd be happy to answer them.
Thanks, Richard. Is the applicant here? Did they want to speak to this application?
The applicant or the representative are reminded to use the raise hand button. And Chair Alcock, I do see one hand raised, and I'll bring them into the meeting.
Thanks.
Good afternoon, Chair Alcock, Committee, Lanny Dennis, Wayne Simpson and Associates, represent the owner. I'll keep my comments relatively brief. Appreciate the efforts and assistance of staff in bringing the application forward. I think the presentation by the planner is a fair and accurate assessment of the proposal. It's in the urban settlement boundary, where development of this size, magnitude, and scale is permitted and encouraged to optimize the use of existing municipal services. The consent application is required to facilitate the development of this site. It'll be a private, and through the discussions and cooperation of abutting landowners, we're able to, I think, anyways, improve the servicing to the site. It's for municipal sanitary sewer line and storm sewer line. It was indicated that the proposal conforms to the OPs and does comply to the zoning bylaw. You can see from the elevations that the idea is to build the buildings to the lay of the land to avoid some extensive blasting. It's a small site, and I think they've done a good job in terms of providing a product that fits the site. And the landscape plan was revised. The lighting plan was revised, all to show internal connectivity and connectivity throughout. I don't anticipate any issues with respect to complying to the conditions that the site plan agreement is subject to. The owners will continue to work with the town and the district to address their comments, and certainly they're anxious to proceed with this project. And one more infilling project to help assist with the housing shortfall in Muskoka. So respectfully request committee approve the application. Thanks.
Thank you. Thanks for your comments, Lanny. That's great. I do have a motion moved by Councillor Fitzgerald, seconded by Councillor Stone. Be it resolved that the Director of Development Services approve site plan application SPA 59/2021 HT, and that the agreement be prepared to the satisfaction of the town, and further that the mayor and clerk are hereby authorized to sign any necessary documentation, conditional on: 1, all final plans and drawings being to the satisfaction of the town and all other commenting agencies, and 2, an easement over lands between the subject lands and Main Street West, Muskoka Road 3, being registered in favor of the subject lands for sanitary and storm sewer services. So any questions of either Richard or Lanny with respect to this application? SPA, nothing? Okay, then I will call the question. All those in favor? And that carries unanimously. Thanks, Richard. Thanks, Lanny. And we are going to move to the next one, which is SPA 70/2021 HT, Brunel Riverbend Estates Inc., 32 Brunel Road.
Thank you. Through you, Madam Chair, I'm just going to share my screen. The subject property is located at 32 Burnell Road along the western shores of the Muskoka River. The lands have an approximate area of 1,849 square meters with 70 meters of frontage on the Muskoka River and 72 meters of frontage on Burnell Road. The lands are zoned residential 4 with exception 1512 and are designated urban shoreline residential. The site plan application is for the construction of a 3-story, 15-unit, multiple residential dwelling building with a total ground floor area of 715.93 square meters on the subject lands. The units are intended to be condominium units and consist of 1 one-bedroom unit, 6 one-bedroom plus den units, 4 two-bedroom units, 4 3-bedroom units. Parking will be provided with 3 above-ground spaces and 19 garage parking spaces for a total of 23 spaces. A zoning bylaw amendment was approved to permit this 15-unit, 3-story development with underground parking in 2009. Additionally, a minor variance was approved in 2011 to provide additional zoning relief to permit the development within 200 meters within the 200 meter setback requirement between the new dwelling units and sewage treatment facilities. And a site plan application proposing a similar development was also conditionally approved by the town in 2012. The original condominium description application for this development received conditional approval from the district in 2014. This draft approval was formally extended in 2020 for 2 additional years to provide the applicant additional time to address conditions, and an application is currently before the district and town to request an additional extension. The current site plan includes an updated architectural treatment. The proposed development will comply with all relevant setback, height, and parking provisions of the zoning bylaw. All engineering materials have also been updated to address current standards. District staff provided comments in response to this material and had no major concerns. Town operations staff has conducted a preliminary review, and the submitted engineering drawings may require revision to address their forthcoming final review comments. According to a fish habitat assessment, these are elevation drawings showing the updated architectural treatment, and they show the building from various vantages from the south, north. This is from Burnell Road, and this is from the shoreline. According to a fish habitat assessment prepared by Fry Ecological Services, the shoreline in front of this property should be considered type 2 fish habitat. The report makes recommendations including the implementation of erosion and sediment controls, dewatering in accordance with appropriate best management practices, and development of a construction sequencing plan to ensure that all measures are implemented at the appropriate time and properly decommissioned post-construction. With these measures implemented, the author of the report concludes that the development will have no negative impacts on habitat. To address requirements under sections B237B and B315 of the official plan, which deal with maintenance of appropriate setbacks from watercourses, and the requirement for retention and planting to be carried out within a shoreline buffer, staff is asking for changes to this this landscape plan to remove hardscaping retaining walls wherever feasible. Respecting flooding hazards, staff requested that the applicant submit technical documentation to address the feasibility of the development in light of flooding concerns. An updated feasibility study was submitted, prepared by GHD Limited. In this report, based on a review of the proposed development along with past and current flood hazard mapping, the author notes that it's their opinion that development and site alteration can be carried out in accordance with floodproofing standards, that no new hazards will be created or existing hazards aggravated, and no adverse environmental impacts would result as a result of the development. So as I noted before, the landscape plans have been updated, but we'll be requesting additional updates, additional revisions to ensure that the plans suitably support retention and enhancement of natural self-sustaining vegetation within the shoreline buffer along the Muskoka River. Comments have been received from the building department, and they relate to requirements for floodproofing. A photometric plan has been requested and is still outstanding, and we're anticipating to receive that in the very near future. No other comments or objections have been received. Some photos of the site as it exists today. The application appears to conform to the official plan and be consistent with the provincial policy statement, and staff are recommending approval of the site plan application, subject to conditions to address outstanding matters noted in the report, and any requested revisions from relevant review agencies. And you'll note there is a condition in this recommendation to deal with the landscape plan matter. So thank you, and I'd be happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you, Richard. I am going to ask if the applicant or the applicant's representative is here and wants to speak to this application.
The applicant or their representative are reminded to use the raise hand button or press *9 to indicate that they would like to address committee. And Chair Alcock, I do have one hand raised from the agent. I also have the owner of the property in the attendees panelist. Would you like me to promote them as well?
Sure. Thank you.
No problem. And just a reminder to turn on your video and microphone if possible, and to confirm your name and mailing address before you begin speaking.
Okay, not seeing anybody. I'm seeing the boxes, but not the. Lanny, are you having a hard time?
Oh, there we go.
There we go. Okay.
Hey. Lanny Dennis, Wayne Simpson and Associates, represent the owner. Mr. Weeb, he's online as well today. I think that's a very good, actually excellent summary presented by the planner for the town. Appreciate all the efforts in working with town staff to bring the application forward. Again, it's in the urban settlement boundary. It's designated residential. It was zoned appropriately to permit the 15-unit apartment style building. The application proposal has been around for a few years, so staff asked and certainly appropriately asked that those studies be updated to bring everything into today's current day standards. So that's what Mr. Weave has done. He's updated that information. I don't anticipate any issues with respect to the conditions that the site plan would be approved under. In fact, one of the comments with respect to the landscaping along the shoreline, Mr. Weave had already started thinking about that, and it would be to the point of an unexposed retaining wall with soil sloping down to the shoreline, basically 3 to 1, and of course that would be planted with appropriate native vegetation. I can say is the owner is anxious to proceed with the development of the property. He has his trades lined up. He's got a construction deadline. He's ordered materials and is certainly gearing up and well underway to bring more housing into the town of Huntsville. And I would respectfully request a committee approve the application. Thanks.
Okay, thanks, Lenny. Mr. Weeb, did you want to say anything or?
Well, that's a good question. This is a long-going process. I started this back in 2009 with my partner, Glenn Smith. And then unfortunately, the real estate market turned in the early 12. Not to mention the visibility of the sewage treatment plant wasn't appropriate for the site. And everything just seemed to work out. That's been decommissioned. And there's a high demand for housing. So I have been doing some preliminary work, as you saw in the pictures that Richard showed. Thank you, Richard. There's an excavator on site. We're just doing some soil sampling now to make sure the site is suitable to accommodate the housing. And we're putting helicoils in. So this will just determine the size and the amount of helicoils. And once we're approved, we're ready to get started.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for appearing. I at this point am going to read the motion. If you could turn your mute on, that would be great. Thank you. I have a motion moved by Mayor Terziano, seconded by Councillor Fitzgerald. Be it resolved that the Director of Development Services approve site plan application SPA 70/2021 HT and that the agreement be prepared to the satisfaction of the town, and further that the mayor and clerk are hereby authorized to sign any necessary documentation, conditional on all final plans and drawings being to the satisfaction of the town and all other commenting agencies. Landscape plans being revised to replace hardscaping along the shoreline frontage with suitable native plantings wherever feasible to the satisfaction of the town. So that is that. Are there questions with respect? Yes, Councillor Stone.
So just some comments, actually. This is a rather imposing building on the river and from Burnell. It's right on Burnell Road. So imposing from both sides, and yet it addresses some serious housing issues. And I suppose we have to start to get our heads around the fact that housing is so important. We need to consider these things right on our river. I'm excited to hear that there's going to be some robust vegetation planted. I hope there is a whole lot, shielding the building from the river and from Burnell. And I know Mr. Weeb's listening. I hope the facade of this, some efforts can be made to make it very much Muskoka-like. And it's difficult to define what that means, but I think Mr. Weeb is well acquainted with what we like to see in Huntsville. That being said, Richard, I do have one question. So you mentioned there's a plan that's missing, a photometric plan or something, and what is that?
Thank you. So through you, Madam Chair, a photometric plan is it's a lighting plan, and we ask for those for any of our major site plan applications, and we're trying to ensure that there's no light bleeding across property lines, and that all the outdoor light fixtures will be fully cut off and dark sky compliant. So the photometric plan provides all that information so that we can demonstrate compliance with those provisions and policies.
Wonderful. I love that. Thanks.
Okay. Thank you. Councillor Armour.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just a quick question. A couple, actually. I think Richard said there's 23 parking spots, but you didn't say 19 underneath and 3 on top for 22 parking spots?
Well, I might have got the math wrong.
Okay, that's fine.
I believe overall it's 23, and I'll just confirm.
Okay, and then the other part, being Burnell Road, such a busy road, and the high school being so close, etc. So there's a potential for 24 more cars in that area. Is there a need to do any type of traffic study or such?
What?
Yeah, so I can't seem to pull up the number. I do believe it is 23, so I might have got the numbers wrong. And I think the district road, so it would be the district that requests those traffic impact studies. And I don't know if Lanny can update you on whether or not that was a requirement or if that was done in the past, but I don't think that they asked for updates on those for this development. But maybe Lanny can clarify.
It's a surprise, isn't it? Sorry, Lanny.
No, that's okay. Yeah, so there is 23 parking spaces for sure. And the district did not ask for a traffic study. Looking for an entrance permit. And quite typically, a unit count under 50 doesn't normally or typically trigger any additional traffic studies, but they've never asked for anything.
Okay, Councillor Armour, follow up, or are you good? Good, okay. Mayor Terziano?
Thanks, Madam Chair. Just quickly to whoever can answer it, is the rooftop, it looks like there's fencing around the rooftop. It looks like it's gating around it. Is it a rooftop garden or a rooftop patio or something?
Would you like to answer that, Richard, or maybe I'll go to Mr. Wiebe. Is there a intention of a rooftop garden? He is not there. Is anybody there to respond to that?
Well, perhaps I can respond. It's my understanding that no, there would be no rooftop patio. This is just simply a flat roof structure.
Okay. Okay, I don't see, I'm just curious if I may, on the provision conditional on the replacing the hardscaping, and I absolutely think that makes all the sense in the world. That's really important. And I'm just curious, Richard, what is, I mean, it's replaced, a hardscape wall is replaced with natural vegetation. How does that work from a hardscape wall to a natural retaining type wall? I'm just being a little ignorant on that. What does that look like?
No problem at all. Good questions. So through you, what we see in the landscape plan is along the shoreline, so where the river meets the land, there are an abundance of boulders that have been located in that area. And so we're not exactly sure of the engineering purpose for those boulders.
Right.
We believe that it could be just sloped to a stable angle and maintained in the existing situation. If it does need regrading, then it should be restored to a natural vegetated state wherever possible. And what we would ask is that they actually have someone look at stability, slope stability. And if they actually do need some retaining walls, then that's okay. But the current landscape plan shows quite a large retaining wall structure. And we think if a retaining wall or any sort of hardscaping is warranted, then it should be something more appropriate to that stretch of the Muskoka River, something more consistent with the dry stones that you see elsewhere. So I know perhaps Mr. Wiebe can speak more to that. I think we've had some discussions about it, and I think he understands
what
we're after, and maybe he can help understand too.
Yeah, I will go to him in 1 second. So I'm happy to hear that, though. It sounds like we will continue to work with Mr. Wiebe as those studies continue to go and whatever is required. It's good that we're still involved in that. Mr. Wiebe, did you want to respond to that?
Sure. Yeah. And so initially the drawing is a retaining wall built of cement stone manufactured by Brooklyn Concrete. And I know everybody's familiar with the wall that was built further up the river, north up the river, and the, I guess, the stir it caused with all the residents and the eyesore. So since I had discussions with Richard, one option that I talked to Lanny about is sheet piling. I wouldn't want to build a 6 foot high, put new dirt there and have a washout into the riverbank. So if we can use sheet piling, we can retain the bulk of it and have a 3-to-1 slope, put in a mat, and then vegetation. So when you're boating from the riverside, you wouldn't even see any wall. I would just have backup support, which would be engineered through Samuel Steele to make sure nothing would ever leave the site, and it would be totally encapsulated with soil.
Okay, appreciate that response. Thank you. Okay, I don't see any other questions. Did I read the original motion? I don't think I did. So I am now going to read the motion. My apologies. I guess I should have done it before. So I have a motion moved by Mayor Terziano, seconded by Councillor Fitzgerald. Be it resolved that Director of Development Services approve site plan application SPA 70/2021 HT, and that the agreement be prepared to the satisfaction of the town, and further that the mayor and clerk are hereby authorized to sign any necessary documentation conditional on: 1, all final plans and drawings being to the satisfaction of the town and all other commenting agencies, and 2, landscape plans being revised to replace hardscaping along the shoreline frontage with suitable native plantings wherever feasible to the satisfaction of the town. So that's it. I think I did read it, but I think I did. Anyway, my apologies. I don't think there are any more questions. And Mr. Wiebe, you still have your hand up, but it's too late. I'm going to committee at this point and calling the question. All those in favor? And that carries. All right. Thank you all for that part of our agenda. And it is 5:16. We have 3 additional items under previous business. We're supposed to be adjourned by 5:30. So I'm going to put it to the committee that this is the point that we see if we can find an alternative time to deal with these 3 remaining items. My fear is that the first item could actually take more than 10 or 10 minutes, and that would not give us a lot of time. So would anyone like to tackle the first item, or are we good to try and find another time at this point? Yes, Councillor Stone, you're the only one providing any response to me, right?
I'm always making faces and everything. So yes, let's cut it off here and let's find a new date in the near future.
Okay, so with that, shall I do the motion to adjourn and then find the new date, or should I? Let's talk about the date first, apparently. Okay, so how are we proposing to do this? I'm throwing it out to when everybody's available, or is there, so how soon does it have to be? Kirsten's jumping in. Thank you, Kirsten. I knew there was a reason why I shouldn't be sitting here chatting.
No, thank you, Chair Alcock. If committee would prefer, we can try and pick a date before the next committee meeting, or we can look to convene a meeting before council that is already scheduled, or the special council meeting, the public meeting, or after general committee, if that's an easier thing to manage from your perspectives. We will try and make whatever we can work. So
I'm kind of open. My only comment is that we potentially, if we tack it on to general committee is usually really long. So Councillor Fitzgerald, you've got your hand up. Do you have a great idea?
I think we've all commented previously that we would much prefer to have a standalone meeting rather than try and join it with another meeting, and we will avoid situations like this.
Yeah.
I know it's taxing on everyone's personal time and family time and work time and everything else, but it's seeming to be what's required to make everything happen. So are there any public notice restrictions or anything on how we do this, or we've already done that so we can do anything?
Yeah, I don't believe so. I think we just need to do 24 hours notice at this point.
So we need an hour sometime next week it can be at 8 o'clock in the morning, or sorry, we need staff. So 9 o'clock in the morning or 12 o'clock, 3 o'clock, it doesn't matter. Let's do it next week.
Yeah, I agree with you. Okay, so why don't we look at our calendars next week? Next Monday is out, right? Because that's a holiday. Isn't Monday a holiday? All right. So How about Tuesday? Does Tuesday work for everybody? We've got district council in the afternoon, but how about in the morning, like 9 o'clock in the morning on Tuesday? I have no idea if I have another meeting. I don't know. I'm throwing that out. I think,
Madam Chair,
yes,
I'm leaving tomorrow for Vancouver,
okay,
so
you're out.
I'm going to be out unless it's a Zoom meeting, and it depends on the time. So I think it's probably better to just send maybe a doodle map out or a doodle calendar out, and what just pick some times and go from there.
Okay, so can we do that? Is that possible? Do we actually have to do that? I like that suggestion. Otherwise, we're all trying to find something. If we agree right now that we're going to try and find 1 hour next week, right? Then somebody, Kirsten, is it possible that you could send out, or somebody could?
I don't believe we can adjourn and hold the rest of the meeting without picking a date.
Oh, okay, right, okay, all right.
But if
So,
Tuesday, the 19th, if we said noon, then would that be feasible for the rest of the committee?
it is our meeting. District council starts at 3, so it's feasible for me.
It's not for me, but you don't really need me if you have the rest of the committee, so.
Okay,
Not great, but
so it's
possible.
It's not great. Is there a great time for either of you that is like better? Could we do it at 11 on Tuesday, or?
I'm going to set Dan's alarm for 6 a.m. and we're going to have it at 9.
We could do that, or how about 10? That means 7 o'clock your time, Mr. Armour. That's not bad. I've done that before. It's 7. Would that work? 10 o'clock? Is that?
The 18th is my wedding anniversary, so I don't know how I'd feel on the 19th.
Well, does 10 o'clock on the 19th work for your worship and Councillor Wiebe? 10 o'clock on the.
Or the 20th, or the 20th.
Let's try the 20th.
What time on the 20th? It would have to be the afternoon on the 20th, and you've got committee on the 20th, right? Your worship?
Yes, I have finance on the 20th in the afternoon.
Right, and I've got something in the morning. I've got a luncheon as well, like a.
21st, 10 o'clock.
21st all right, 21st at 10 o'clock works for me.
Okay.
21st at 10 o'clock? 21st at 10.
I'll do my best to be there for sure.
Okay, 21st, 10 o'clock.
Okay, notice will be sent out by someone, please. Thanks.
Okay, that's good. So, sorry? I can just read, can I just read the, because it's just, we have a motion to adjourn. It has been moved by Councillor Wiebe and seconded by Councillor Fitzgerald. It is recommended that we do hereby adjourn at 5:23 p.m. All those in favor? Oh. Okay. Until we adjourn, I apologize, until Thursday, April 21st at 10 a.m. All those in favor? I'm ahead of myself. Thank you all. All right, see you in about less than an hour. Toodaloo.